From the StreamYard studios on YouTube, this is Jeopnerdy. And here's your host, John DeMarco.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to this week's edition of Jeopardy! We're glad you're here. And joining us, as always, is our co-host, Professor Brainy Specs.
Hello, John. It's good to be here. How are you?
Doing fine, thanks. Glad you can make it.
I'm glad I could make it as well. Thanks.
And I also want to thank Patrick, who is becoming our channel's regular supplier of Rock-to-Gino. So we appreciate your generous donation in that regard.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Yes, although the management of Jeopardy confirms that any purchase of Rock-to-Gino will have no impact on the outcome of tonight's games. Just want to get that out of the way before the accusations start coming in.
Oh, you know they'll come anyway.
That's true. But we do our best.
Indeed.
I want to say a quick hello to everyone who's joining us. We've already had a lively chat before the start of the show tonight. Here we have T-Down reminding us that Jeopardy is the top flight sci-fi trivia program in the Saturday at 9 p.m. time slot. So I'm glad to have that unanimous confirmation there.
I think we all can agree with that.
Indeed. I want to say hello to our returning champion, Omnicast. Greetings. Hello also to Gap After Dark. Jay Aldridge, so proud. He's so proud to be here. So glad you made it, sir. Welcome to Tokyo. Unfortunately, he will be unable to join us as a contestant tonight because of some computer issues, but we're glad you stopped by. Hello also to Mercer Create. Good to see you. Say greetings also to Patrick. I already thanked you, but once again, glad you're here. See who else is joining us so far. I want to say hello to, is there anybody I missed? I want to say hello to Cinnabon and various other people who I'm sure will be accusing us of rigging before the night is out. But I think that brings us up to date. So we'll go ahead.
Just want to say happy birthday, Mamo Prey. I hope you're feeling better. I know she had a cold, as well as Bird also has a cold. That might be why he's not here.
Oh, well, I do hope they feel better, and he has happy belated birthday to Mamo Prey.
Indeed.
So let's go ahead and bring up our first three contestants, bring up our returning champion Omnicast and his first two challengers. So we're going to welcome Professor Cinnabon Specs, apparently, and let's welcome up Patrick.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How's it going?
Greetings.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
Good. All is well here.
Yeah, I said hello.
Hello.
We're glad you did, Professor.
We lost Omnicast, although I think he might be back.
Uh-oh.
The new Mikey.
No, that was my fault. I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. I'm back. Reports of my assimilation are greatly assimilated. Greatly exaggerated.
And assimilated.
You like that play on words? Yeah, that's good.
That was very good.
Yes. So you bought Rock-to-Gino for them. What about Jamaican Blend? Is that available too, or
Yeah,
just
that's
like Rock-to-Gino? Okay, got it.
That can be a distinct possibility.
Well said.
That's good.
I think someone is mocking me, John.
That is also a distinct possibility.
Indeed, it is.
Guys, I said hello. Can you hear me?
Hola.
No, we
Loud and
cannot
clear.
hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry.
No need to be sorry that we can't hear you.
Hello?
Oh, he's.
Are you there? Are you saying hello? I said we can't hear you.
Yeah, I hear you. I said hello.
Oh boy.
And welcome to Resolute Germ.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. T. Bird has a cold. A cold bird. Yep, sounds like a penguin to me. Need to hear that Antarctic accent of his. Oh, boy.
Or frozen turkey.
Oh,
Cold what?
I don't know.
Something humans used to get many years ago.
Well, are the three of you ready to play?
Yes. Let's do this.
Yep. Why not?
C.
See.
All right. Well, if you're all ready to play, let's play Jeopnerdy.
our first category is notable years of the 23rd century.
Here we go.
Star Trek 4, Who Said It?
I knew it.
For our visual category, we have insurrection characters. NASA. And finally, actors in Star Trek and The Twilight Zone.
Before we get started, I just want to say there's one clue on one of these boards that I completely disagree with. Thank you very much, and good night.
The suspense.
All right. All right, Omnicast, you are first up.
Let's do
Returning
Twilight
to-
Zone actors for 300.
300.
Cyrano Jones and Jensen.
Oh, what was his name? Oh. I don't remember the actor's name. Pass.
Professor Specs.
Pass.
Patrick.
Who is Stanley Adams?
That is correct. Good work.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
All right, Cinnabon. Specs. It's your turn.
Well, I think I would like NASA for 500.
All right.
Okay.
1,000.
All right, you got it off the bat, and you can bet up to 1,000. Yes, that is what you're going for, 1,000.
This ship was launched by NASA on July 23rd, 2037, as the third manned attempt to travel beyond Earth's solar system.
What is the Aries?
Unfortunately, that is incorrect. That was the
Oh.
Charybdis.
That was the Royale one, right?
Yep.
I was thinking of the Graviton Ellipse one.
Oh, yeah.
I am sorry, Professor. Patrick, your turn.
That's not a real agency anyway.
Let's go with insurrection characters for 200.
I want you to name the character.
Oh, what was his name? Damn. And it's only 200. No, pass. It's not coming to me.
Omnicast.
Who is Artem?
That's
That
correct.
was the
And
one.
I watched this movie yesterday because of your video, John, because you made the
Should've
movie
done.
look so good. And I was like, I haven't watched it in a while. I'm going to watch it again.
Should
call.
have done that. Should have done that, indeed.
It's actually better than I remembered. It's not as bad as I thought. It was good.
It was a decent film.
It was a good, 2-hour episode of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Omnicast, you got that one right. It's your turn.
Oh, let's see here. Let's do in Star Trek 4. Who said it for 200?
Klingon justice is a unique point of view, Mr. President.
Justice is easy. Who is Sarek?
That's right.
Well done. And you've taken the
Sarek
lead.
Vulcan. Let's see.
All right, Professor
Thank
Cinnabon.
Insurrection for 500. Oh no, Drill Lady. What's her name? She would be Ensign. Female Ensign woman. Yeah.
Patrick.
I said pass.
Sure you did.
That was. Oh man. Nope, pass.
Omnicast.
Did they even mention her name?
Oh, I
don't
know it
remember.
now. Damn it.
Pass.
Let me guess.
Go ahead, guess for no points.
It was like parrot, something, Perrin.
Yep, there's Param,
Param.
Parent,
which
yeah.
comes from the end credits.
Yeah, because they never mentioned her name, right? Yeah.
Indeed.
No, I never did.
That's
And
correct.
that's why we didn't know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Patrick, it's your turn.
Let's try interaction characters for 300.
Oh, my favorite.
Who is Regent Kuzar?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well done.
I will never make that mistake again.
Didn't you say Regent Eugene Jafar, right?
Yep,
That was what-
that's why.
Right.
We'll not do that again.
Omnicast, it's your turn.
Let's do Star Trek 4 for 100.
I don't know if you've got the whole picture, but he isn't exactly working on all thrusters.
Who is Bones? Dr. McCoy.
That's correct.
Very good. And Professor, it's your turn.
Star Trek 4 for 500.
I thought you gents were running a test program.
I refuse to believe that was in the movie. Oh, it was.
Okay, Lore.
Oh no, it was the captain, Mr. There's an incident in 4 MMR guy. I say again.
Patrick.
There's an intruder.
Oh, it was. Yeah. I don't know his name.
Omnicast.
I don't know his name either. Pass.
Was he even named?
Commander Rogerson.
Rogerson. Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
yes, he was
he-
named. Okay.
He was indeed.
That failed. Pretty
He-
close on
he
that
mentioned
one. I
his
think I
own
had triple
name.
points.
All right,
Okay.
Patrick, it's your turn. You got a slight lead.
A slight lead. Wow.
100-point lead.
Interaction characters for 400. Why not? Yep. That was. Oh, come on. Who is Lieutenant Daniels?
That's right.
Well
Of
done.
course. Of course. Daniels.
Omnicast.
Let's do Star Trek 4 for 300.
Not now, Madeline.
Was that? Who said that? Oh, that was the doctor, the guy, the plexiglass guy. What was his name? Who was Dr. Nichols?
Very good.
Yep.
Not now, Madeline. I had to think about that for a minute.
Not now, Madeline.
Okay, she backs out of the room.
Indeed. It was that scene. I was thinking of another doctor in that film, in that movie.
Right, I was thinking of the brain surgeon. Exactly. That's
Professor Specs, it's your turn.
Notable years for 500.
Well,
Should have guessed.
In view of Commodore April's heroic actions aboard the USS Enterprise, Starfleet considers his appeal to remain Federation ambassador at large.
I feel like this is an animated series question. I don't answer animated series questions.
oh, and it's even my turn again. Don't know, pass.
And not officially.
Oh, not officially. Oh, okay. Then I'm not gonna pass yet.
All right, Patrick. Patrick, now you can pass if you wish.
Well, let's use my own time. No,
Looking for
pass.
the ear here.
no, no. Don't know it.
Omnicast.
pass.
2270. Very important here.
7.
Indeed. All right, Patrick.
Let's try actors in Star Trek and Twilight for 400.
Kellen and Anthony Fremont.
Was that who is Bill Mummy? Mummy
That's
something?
correct.
You're a bad man. You're
Wow.
a very bad man.
Remembered correctly. Wow.
And I've watched 4 episodes so far, Omnicast of Babylon 5, and
Beautiful,
I'm surprised
isn't
he hasn't. It's beautiful, and I'm surprised he hasn't shown up yet. I
He'll be
forgot. He'll be there. He'll be there, and definitely.
He will.
And Omnicast, your turn.
I cannot have an aide who will not look up. Let's see
Precisely.
here. Let's do Star Trek 4 for 4.
Don't tell me fish stories, kiddo. I've known you too long.
Another one. Oh, that was Jillian's co-worker or whatever, but I don't remember who. His name was like. Who was Bob?
That's it.
Well done.
You had like a stupid name. You had like I was thinking Rob, Bob. All right, done.
You pulled that one
I
out.
would like to
All right.
protest that one. I believe his name was You Son of a Bitch.
You saw
Well,
Bob, you son of a bitch.
maybe not his real name. All right, Professor Specs.
Twilight Zone for 500.
T'Pau or Viola Draper.
Pass.
Patrick.
Pass. I don't know this one.
Omnicast.
I don't remember her name either. Pass.
Celia Lovsky.
Celia Lovsky.
I
Doesn't
knew
ring a
that
bell.
one.
What episode of Twilight Zone was she on? I don't remember that now.
I don't remember the name of the episode.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick. Got a slight lead.
Yeah. let's
Slightly
go.
bigger lead than the last time I said you had a slight lead, but you have a slight lead.
Let's go with actors in Star Trek for Twilight for 200.
Commodore Decker and Dr. Wallman.
I should know this one. Yeah, come on. Who is William Wyndham, if I'm not mistaken?
You are correct.
Yes, see, I'm not mistaken. Yay.
They say there's no devil, Jim.
They do say that.
Omnicast, it's your turn.
Let's do Twilight Zone actors for 100.
James T. Kirk and Bob Wilson.
Can I have a glass of water? Who is William Shatner?
Bingo.
Another Bob.
Bob, yeah, great. There's a man out there.
Professor Specs, your turn.
On Aries for 400, NASA.
This Red Squad cadet was named after 2 NASA astronauts.
That would be pass.
Patrick.
I know some of the names, but I'm not gonna risk it. Pass.
Omnicast.
Cadet Aldrin Riley Shepard. Who is?
Get the order mixed up a little bit, but I'll give you that one.
Of course, Buzz Aldrin. I should have known.
All right.
Should
I
have
got a little
known
mixed
for
up.
Got the right astronauts, though.
All right, Patrick, your turn.
My lead's getting a little bit closer, so interaction charges for 100.
We're referring to the fish in
And
this one, not the character.
The fish, yeah.
Or the tricorder.
Now for Brainy Specs, who is Jim the Fish? But no, who is Commander Data?
Mr.
That's right.
Tricorder.
Jim the Fish.
Livingston's cousin.
Omnicast, your turn.
Let's do NASA for 100, please.
This film was dedicated to the men and women of the spaceship Challenger, whose courageous spirit shall live to the 23rd century and beyond.
Oh, it's got to be... It's not 5. What is Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home?
That's right.
Ooh,
Oh.
don't know what that was. Hope everyone's okay.
We're good.
Professor Specs.
Years for 400.
After a costly mission to Rigel 7, the Enterprise responds to an apparent distress call from Talos 4.
What is 22? Where is it there?
Do you repeat that?
Yeah, it was 22.
One more time.
To be a little clearer than that.
I think I'm just being screwed over, so I'm just going to pass.
Patrick.
What is 2254?
Right, very good. You
That's
got
what I
it.
said.
So,
Unbelievable.
still not rigged. Still not rigged.
Sure, you said it. We believe you. Patrick, it's your turn.
NASA for 300.
Hey, now.
NASA received the last telemetry from the command module of this spacecraft at 0922 hours on October 19th, 2032.
Oh, come on, really?
Uh,
That's not fair.
What is the Aries?
You'd be a little bit more specific.
Damn. And it was said. That's the. No, I cannot. Aries 4?
That's correct.
Oh,
Nicely done.
so I did. Thank you.
Should have
You
been
got it.
400 for the 4. Like, come
Yeah, indeed.
on, what the heck?
Could have been, but it wasn't. Omnicast, is your turn.
Let's do NASA for 200.
Hey, now.
After detecting possible extraterrestrial emissions from orbit, she wanted to call NASA, but Mr. Starling wasn't a big fan of that idea.
Who is Rain Robinson?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well done. And Professor Specs.
300.
Captain Kirk is apparently killed during the maiden voyage of the Enterprise B.
Pass.
Patrick.
Star Trek Generations. Oh, what year was that? It's not coming to me. Nope.
Omnicast.
I'm thinking. 22. It's the end of the 2200s.
And now I know it. Now
But they didn't really say it, though, did they? I mean,
Professor Specs.
75 years. What
Oh,
is?
wait a minute, that was
What's that?
your timer. Your timer.
Oh, okay. Pass.
I pass.
2293.
Oh, then I was still wrong.
All right, Patrick.
For 200.
Captain Kirk completes his historic 5-year mission, and one of the greatest chapters in Starfleet history comes to a close.
Ooh.
Book nerd, Echab.
Damn, what? What is 22 and pass?
Omnicast.
What is 2270?
That is correct.
Yeah, of course. The other was 69.
1969, 1970, yeah.
Okay, Omnicast, you get the final clue.
Right.
After a century of isolation, a Romulan ship crosses the neutral zone to launch attacks on Earth outposts.
So that would be, well, I'll take a guess. If it's season 1 and I said it was 20, what is 2265?
Unfortunately not.
Professor Specs.
Would be
And Patrick.
What is 2266?
Correct.
1 year later.
And Gap After Dark, please, no answers in the chat. No correct answers in the chat, please.
Oh, luckily you didn't see that. I was just going off Omnicast.
I saw it. I had the honor. I had honor and didn't use it. I'd be wrong.
No honor amongst thieves.
Unfortunately, Professor Cinnabon Specs will not be able to join us in final Jeopnerdy. But Patrick, Omnicast, I placed the link for Cosmo Buzz in the private chat, so if you could head on over there and consider how much you would like to bet with this category.
The Twilight Zone.
And the scores are much. Yeah. I'm in front. Now I need to decide. Damn. Oh well.
Okay. Your bet amounts into the board.
Good. I'm glad.
What are you glad about?
That you got my score. My bet amount.
No, I didn't. And let's bring up the clue.
In this episode, Trip thought that the story he was hearing sounded like an old episode of The Twilight Zone.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla!
I win. I got it right.
Did you now?
Did you?
I believe so.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what your answer is. So
The correct one is
Yes,
his
you
answer.
Don't lie.
all right. Let's see who the winner is. Omnicast, you had 3,500 points. Entering final, Jeopnerdy. Your response.
The catwalk. Unfortunately, that is incorrect.
Sorry to hear that. And how much did you wager? All of it taking you down to 0. And Patrick, you were the leader at 4,200 points. Your response.
Twilight. Oh, that is also incorrect.
And what was my answer?
Damn.
I don't know. What was your answer?
Yes, you do. Just go look at it and say it.
All I see are Patrick and Omnicast.
Oh, what an idiot.
No,
You couldn't-
he did put an answer in. Carbon Creek, he said.
That is the correct response.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
All right, Patrick, how much did you bet? 4,000, taking you down to 200 points, and you are the Jeopardy champion.
Nicely
I
done.
bet 776.
but I really thought it was Twilight. I thought it was a subtle hint in the question itself, but nope, Carbon Creek.
Which would have given me 776 points. So I believe I won.
No, you did not. You still have
Tired of
negative 1,000.
Tired of being bullied by Professor Brainy Specs.
Hey, we're just playing by the rules here.
Can't even leave the studio.
Oh, he's having technical problems. Okay.
Oh, what happened, Cinnabon? Come back.
Maybe
Come
he
back,
was
Cinnabon.
intercepted by some U-boats in Gettysburg.
That's a distinct possibility.
Well, thank you guys for
course.
playing.
Yes, thank you. Good game. Tough one again,
Yeah,
but it was fun.
Very good. Very good.
I'll be around.
Oh yes, you will.
Definitely stick around. You may be able to play in
Yep.
game 3. We'll see.
I'll be backstage if you need me. You got it, guys.
Very good.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And if you could exit the backstage, please. We have some people that are trying to get in, and it is full.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have our returning champion Patrick now. We'll bring up his 2 challengers. Let's welcome Mercer and
Hey, Mercer.
Jay.
Brother Jay.
Can you guys hear me?
Great.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes, we can hear you, unlike Cinnabon, who we could not hear last game.
Oh, I see.
And welcome, Brother Jay.
Never tell me the odds.
Hello.
Brother Jay. Hey, welcome.
I'm trying to take a moment because I think I'm having a stroke.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Omnicast lost?
Yep.
Oh,
Holy moly.
I thought you meant a real medical emergency. I was about to
Dear
call the
Lord,
EMH for you.
It shocked me so much that my head just went, what the hell? And
Doesn't happen often.
wow, maybe this is an episode of The Twilight Zone.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
He never loses.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But he is
He's
a
lost
very
maybe
good player.
2 or 3 games that I know of. And that's remarkable.
Of course, we have claims of falsities in the chat.
Well, I'm getting ready to win.
Well, we hope you do well.
Yeah, but you don't have Normal helping you out.
true.
Dudes, that was sarcastic. I was doing sarcasm. I know I'm going to lose.
There's no certainty in that.
Somebody's not happy. It was only that I left my 200 points. Otherwise, it would have been 0-0.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to play?
Yeah, I'll give it a
Oh,
try.
yeah.
You know, I'm not.
I'm as ready as ever.
Let's
I'll
play.
get a
Jeopnerdy.
category I know. Ghostbusters.
Notable years of the 24th century.
John, I would never have guessed.
Like to keep people wondering.
Yay.
Star Trek 4, fill in the blank.
Yay.
Insurrection actor credits. You're going to tell us who the actors were.
Yay.
Ooh.
Bajoran Orbs.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Actors in Star Trek and Sequest.
Secret
Oh,
for the
my
win.
favorite.
What is Sequest?
Wow. No craps this week.
It's sarcasm, I told you.
All right, Patrick, returning champion. You go first.
Let's go with Star Trek 4, fill in the blank for 300.
I'm trying to remember how this works. I got used to a blank.
Oh, I got used to it was not me that was doing last week's role play, so I'm gonna pass on the first one.
Mercer.
What is a Huey?
That's correct.
Oh yeah, it was
That's
Sulu, of course.
That's it.
Yeah, I was thinking of
All right.
Spock.
You're overthinking.
Yeah, I was.
Good
overthinking.
steal. Good steal, Mercer, and it's your turn.
I'll do 500 for the same category.
We're dealing with medievalism here. Chemotherapy. Blank examinations.
Oh man.
Sorry, that was funny. Ooh.
Pass.
Brother Jay.
$500.
What is it is a chemotherapy microscopic examination?
I'm afraid not.
No.
Patrick?
No.
Was fundoscopic.
Fundoscopic. Ah,
Endoscopic. Yeah.
Your agonizer, please, Jay.
Brother Jay, you can redeem yourself. It's your turn.
same category, 400.
And like those mutineers of blank years ago, we too have a hard choice to make.
God. What is 500?
That is correct.
Woo!
Well done.
Good comeback there, Brother Jay. Patrick, it's your turn.
Yeah, let's go with actors in Star Trek and Sequest for 400.
Admiral Paris and Admiral Noyce.
Ooh.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Who is Richard Thomas Hurt
That's correct.
Jr., if I remember correctly?
That I actually don't know.
Oh,
Holy moly.
no, Richard Hurt. That's what I also remember.
Well done. Well done. We got a good game going here. Mercer, it's your turn.
I'll take Star Trek 4 for 200.
Judging by the blank content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived in the latter half of the 20th century.
What is pollution?
That's right.
Mhm.
It's actually a really clever line. Real quick, I think that's when the scriptwriter changed from Harv Bennett to Nicholas Meyer just at that scene. And then Harv Bennett took over for the epilogue at the end.
Brother Jay.
100 for that category.
Back in the 60s, he was part of the free speech movement at Berkeley. I think he did a little too much blank.
What is LDS?
LDS, indeed.
Well done.
That's funny. It's still a funny line. Just not funny.
Patrick.
Actors in Star Trek and Sequest for, why not, 500.
Cinnabon, before we do that, Cinnabon, we haven't gotten to it yet. Thank you.
Ah.
Sequest for 500.
Mm-hmm.
Mendak and Reuben Zweller.
Ooh. um.
Is the first one Star Trek?
Yes.
Damn. Nope. No, pass. Don't know it.
Mercer.
Pass.
Brother Jay.
Mendak. I'm not getting anything with Mendak. I'll pass.
The actor's name was Alan Scarf. If you're wondering,
That's the reason
Mendak,
why I don't know him.
yeah, Mendak was the Romulan admiral in Data's day.
Oh.
Is he the same guy famous for animation?
I don't know.
Cinnabon, I said in
not.
one of the 3 games. We're still in those 3 games, so I haven't moved anything. Thank you very much. Have a good day. All right, Mercer, your turn.
I will take Insurrection for 300.
Would you name the character?
Oh, name the character. Who is Anish?
That's correct.
Well done.
Huh?
And by the way, the animator was Gerald Stark, but had the same last name. So
Ah, okay.
Brother Jay.
Let's try 200 for notable years of the 24th century.
The Treaty of Bajor is signed, officially ending the Dominion War.
You need the year?
The year, yes.
Oh, frack.
Marvel's not
Pass?
happening.
Patrick.
What is 2375?
That is correct.
Yay.
Well done.
They are
And
getting
Patrick.
harder.
I'm gonna go over to the side and beat myself with an ugly stick.
No, not
No,
necessary.
don't do that.
So did-
Don't do that. We don't want you doing that.
Let's go with interaction actor credits for 400. Anthony. That would be, who is Admiral Dougherty?
That's right.
Indeed.
God.
Admiral.
I'm gonna
Well-
love that music during that opening credit sequence.
All right, Mercer, it's your turn.
500 for insurrection.
All right, you found the daily double. You have 1,300 points that you can bet. And you are 500 points behind the leader.
I'll bet 500.
500.
I'm gonna lose. Yeah, I told you I was gonna lose. Let me think of his name. Let me think of who it could be. Who's Bortus?
Nice try, but no.
Nice one. Looks like him.
Gallatin.
Gallatin.
Yeah.
And
not
I was
know.
close with Bortus.
Brother Jay.
200 for actors in Star Trek and Sequest.
200, you said?
Yeah.
Admiral Layton and Royce Shelton.
Admiral Layton. Admiral Layton. Shut up, I'll feed you later. Admiral Layton. Pass.
Patrick.
Who is Foxworth? Robert Foxworth.
That's right. Good work.
Oh, frack.
I actually knew that one because he
I
actually
like
played
DS9.
He actually played Ratchet in Transformers.
And Patrick, you got a good lead here. It's your turn.
Let's go with interaction actor credits for 200. Mary Abraham. Yeah, that's who is Ruafo?
That's right.
No, who's
Nicely
the
done.
Union president?
And Mercer.
Not the union president, the union council leader.
Mhm.
I'll take Bajoran Orbs for 300, please.
After consulting this orb, Cisco was convinced that locusts would destroy Bajor unless it stood alone.
What is the Orb of Prophecy?
That's right.
Well done.
Thanks.
Very well done. Brother Jay.
400 for that category.
Bajoran Orbs.
Yes.
Ducat released a paw wraith into this orb, which caused all the orbs to go dark.
Of course. Pass.
Patrick.
I'm thinking of one, but what is the Orb of Time?
That is incorrect.
Yeah,
Mercer.
I'm going to pass on that one.
I could afford it.
There's the orb of
Contemplation. Yeah, why not? Contemplation in the altar. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. And Patrick, it's your turn.
The Joran Orbs for 200?
Captain Sisko located this previously unknown orb on the planet Tyree.
Oh, wait, was this done the other one that I was thinking about? What's the Orb of the Emissary?
That's right.
Yeah, that was the one.
Good job. And Mercer.
I'll take orbs for $5,000, please.
Give it to you for 500 points. How's that?
I could really use the money.
Sorry about that. All right. The Jordan Orbs
Yeah,
for
over
500.
here. It's Christmas time, you know?
After traveling into the wormhole with this orb, the Grand Nagus' personality was altered by the prophets, but Quark convinced them to reverse the changes.
Pass.
Brother Jay. Patrick.
What is the Orb of Wisdom?
Nicely done.
It's the only one that fits.
John, when I read this the first time, I read that as reverse the charges.
Reverse the charges.
That would be good.
Oh, you stupid gods.
All right, Brother Jay.
I'll try it. I can barely see it. That last one for 100.
Actors in Star Trek and Sequest?
Yeah.
Tuvok, Martin Clemens.
Oh, Lord, why are you doing this to me?
He ain't found shit.
She really meant was a wireless
Who's Tim Ruff?
That's right.
There you go.
It was wireless telecommunication facility.
I love him in Spaceballs.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Yeah, no.
I was quoting
Actually, help me. Thank you.
Not a problem. My turn.
It is indeed.
Then let's go with actors in Star Trek and Sequest for 300. Finish out that category.
Countess Regina, Dr. Westphal.
Ooh, Regina. Yes. And that would be, who is Stephanie Beecham, of course.
That's right.
Regina Bartholomew, or whatever the name was.
I love her in Colby's.
Mm-hmm.
Mercer.
I'll take notable years for $500. $500.
500.
Jean-Luc Picard is born in La Barre, France.
What is 2300?
That is incorrect.
Hey, I
Brother
went
Jay.
for it.
You did.
I hate passing.
Brother Jay.
Yeah, I'm thinking pass.
Patrick.
What is 2305, July 13th?
Very impressive.
Wow.
It's my captain.
Holy!
Brother Jay.
I quit. Gee.
I don't know why I know this stuff. I was asking in the comments
I don't
if I
either.
have short range with Omnicast.
Notable years, 400.
After a half-century of isolation, a Romulan ship crosses the neutral zone to investigate attacks on outposts by an unknown force.
Pass.
Patrick.
These dates, however, a hard one to get. This one I don't. Pass.
Mercer.
Pass.
2364.
64, yeah.
I should have said it. I knew it. I just didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, it was not
It's your
coming
turn.
from me, Omni.
Patrick, it's
Oh,
your
it's my,
turn.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Insurrection actors credits for 100. Who is Worf, son of
Indeed.
Moog? Probably Commander Worf by then.
Mercer.
I'll take Bajoran dogs for 100.
Well, I'll bring up the Bajoran orbs for 100.
Let's see.
It's a white dog.
Arn Darvin used this orb to send the Defiant back in time as part of a plot to kill Captain Kirk.
What is the orb of time?
Yeah,
That would be
What
that.
we received
There
from
it
the
was.
Cardassians was the
there
orb.
it was.
Yeah, there it
Shoot.
was. All right, Brother Jay, 300 or 400?
3.
Why?
Captain Janeway kills Tuvix.
I should know this year.
Well,
I said I should. Didn't say I know. Pass.
Patrick.
Yeah. I don't know.
Come on, smart Alex.
1996, but no. Pass.
Mercer.
Pass.
This one should be stricken from this game completely.
I think it's
No.
a stately fact.
72.
It was 2372, by the way.
There you go, Cinnabon. All right, Patrick, you get the final clue.
Why?
The Romulans attacked the Klingon outpost on Kittimer.
Oh.
That would be 23A. No. 2346. What is 2346? Okay. Oh, it was 6446. I was.
Oh my Lord,
the
he's a
numbers.
genius.
What's wrong with that?
No,
one
I'm
point?
not.
Mercer,
Yeah.
hashtag Janeway did nothing wrong.
Yes, she
Except for she did.
No, she did
Starfleet
not.
when
No, she did
Starfleet,
not. No,
Starfleet.
she did not.
She
Now,
did something
let me
wrong.
finish.
She delayed too long.
Go ahead.
Starfleet
Go ahead.
Killed him sooner.
would not okay that before Janeway did it and was stuck in the Delta Quadrant. They wouldn't have done that because that's killing a life form. That was a brand new life form.
Okay.
It was rectifying. the
Hashtag
situation.
Janeway did nothing wrong. All right. The link to Cosmo Buzz is in the private chat. And let's head on over to Final Jeopnerdy. Consider how much you would like to wager on this category.
Sequest, DSV.
Ooh.
And
However, did I get so many points? Wow.
And Brother Jay, I don't know if you can go to Cosmo Buzz or not.
Sequest. Oh, some things I know of that show, but I have not watched it in a long time.
All right.
No, Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry. She did not. And there's Mercer. Jay, can you go into... there you are. And as we wait for Brother Jay to enter how much he is betting.
Oh,
Oh, yes. If you could enter that amount, please.
how much does everybody have?
All right. Patrick has 5,000 points. Mercer has 1,100 points. And Brother Jay, you have 700 points.
Like, that's gonna mean anything. Okay, there.
All right.
You never know.
Never know. Let's bring up our clue.
The Sequest episode Dreamweaver featured not only a guest appearance by Mark Hamill, but also a reference to this object launched in 2002, which was first seen in TOS.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla! And we lost you, Patrick.
Whoa, I'm
And
having
Kaz.
a bit of a lag.
Yeah, you are. We can hear it in your audio as well.
Something is very strange in the audio.
Yeah. If you want, go ahead and put your answer into the private chat. If you're...
Wait. Is it my internet or is it my Bluetooth connection? I'm gonna refresh the page.
Okay. Technical difficulties, everyone.
Yeah.
Patrick? And you're muted, Patrick. Patrick, you are muted if you can hear me. We can barely hear you.
Man, Jeff, you drink a lot of soda.
Audio.
I do?
Yes.
It's the only one I've had all day, so...
But it's
Is
like
it,
a 2-liter bottle.
Okay, should be good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Something went wrong with my Bluetooth connection, but did you get my answer?
No.
No, you did not get my answer.
If you want to put it in the private chat, go ahead.
I can. Am I still in Cosmobus or not?
I don't see you in Cosmo Buzz.
Oh, you don't see me in Cosmobus. Of course not.
There's the link if you want it again.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, there you go.
Should be here.
Okay.
That was what I was trying to type.
Okay, we never got that.
Okay. Don't know what happened.
Sorry about that, everyone, but On with the game. Let's see who our winner is. All right, Brother Jay, you had 700 points entering Final Jeopardy. And what was your response?
Nomad, that is correct.
Very good. How much was your bet? 0. So you stay at 700. Mercer, you had 1,100 points, second place, and your response.
But it's yardsticks we don't make any longer. Okay, that is unfortunately
don't.
incorrect.
But that is a joke. I don't know if you guys get the joke.
I don't.
We
You,
don't
you
make
type.
yardsticks any longer.
Yeah, I figured that's what.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Come on, that
Funny.
was
How
funny.
much was your bet? All of it, taking you down to 0.
Yes, I win.
Patrick, you had the lead at 5,000. Your response.
Comment? Fortunately not.
I didn't know it.
How much did you wager? Half of it, so it leaves you half, 2,500. And once again, you're the
Playing
champion.
it safe.
So the other day I was at the
Playing
ATM
it
machine.
safe.
The other day I was at the ATM machine and there was this one-legged guy there checking his balance.
Okay.
Come on, that was funny.
Right. I got the joke.
You guys are no fun.
You should go on Captain Jellicoe's little strips that he does on Twitter.
Yeah.
I've not seen that. I'll have to check that out.
Oh, I post them all the time in Matthew's Discord. Wait a minute. Who's Matthew?
Somebody with a life.
Somebody that thinks it's called sparkling and encounter.
True.
Well, thanks for
He's
playing,
a new
everyone.
world man. That's what he is. He's a new world man.
And again, still here. How?
Good night,
Yeah,
everybody.
indeed. Thanks for playing.
It's not making it really believable, huh? Donating and then winning. That doesn't work.
Well, you could say that.
She wants to play the next game.
Who does?
Normal?
Normal.
A cat?
Well,
Yes.
well, I appreciate
I'm
Normal's
aware.
interest, but unfortunately, we've got some other people already been waiting backstage for a while.
But she's not a person, so she should get first priority.
Meow for
We'll save her
500.
spot for next time.
Yeah, for 500.
Actually, she's got her face stuck in the blanket, so she can't come out right now.
Great place to have your face.
Okay, Mercer, we'll go ahead and put you backstage, and we'll bring up our final contestants.
Okay,
So catch you up with you afterwards in the chat if you like.
thanks. All right. Thanks for letting me play for a couple.
Thank you, Mercer.
Appreciate it. And if there's no objection, we have 3 people waiting backstage who haven't played yet, so we could
Do
set
it.
up a 4-player
course.
game.
Of
Thank
Want to
you.
play a 4?
Hello.
I'm gonna bail. I'm sorry.
Oh, Bird, I'm
I'm too
sorry.
tired.
Sorry, Bird.
But
That's
thank
2
you
weeks
guys.
in a row. Hope you feel better,
It's
Bird.
okay.
And happy birthday to Mamo Pray.
I appreciate it.
Yes, happy
Feel-
birthday.
Thank you, boo.
Feel,
Take
feel,
care.
Bye.
feel
Feel
better.
better.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr.
Hello, world, and
Johnson.
I'm here for Kapla, here for Brother Bird. Good to see you, Brother Bird. Sorry to hear that.
His beard not well. I thought he was just getting tired where he was.
No, he and Mamo Pray have a cold.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Dude.
Cold and sleepy.
That's
Oh,
when
thank you
said
for
there was a-
typing that complete one there, Professor Specs. Oh, hey, Steve.
No problem.
Hey, Mike.
And welcome back, Mikey.
Oh, and Merry Christmas to everyone. Hello, Patrick.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Mikey.
When you
Thank you,
said
thank
Jeff,
you.
there was
Get ready for my Mikey. Yeah, John, for sure.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
When you said that there was a question you didn't agree with, I keep waiting to see whether it had anything to do with a certain non-canon show.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with Discovery.
No, not at all. Didn't have anything
No, not at all.
to do with Enterprise either. However, I disagree.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that great canon show, Enterprise.
However, I disagree with your stance. She absolutely did do everything wrong and should be jailed for life.
I can change my uniform if needed. No, not gonna do that to Mr. VP.
Be very careful, Mr. Vice President. I've got an itchy finger right now.
Feeling triggered.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll behave myself from now on.
That's great, Resolute Germ. You got a good set of shows to watch there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
I guess
he
it's
does.
one step up from using the DVDs as cup coasters.
Did I mention I have an itchy finger, Mr. Vice President?
I couldn't resist, sorry.
Oh man.
Sure you couldn't. Sure you couldn't. All right, gentlemen. Are you ready to play?
Yep.
Yes, please.
Mikey.
Well, I'm ready.
I
to
think
play.
you're ready. Okay. Well, let's play Jeopnerdy.
Yep.
Notable years of alternate timelines. Star Trek IV, The Next Line.
Oh man.
Insurrection production credits.
Ooh.
Personnel files. You're identifying the character that the line is describing. Finally, actors in Star Trek and the Orville.
All right. Returning champion, Patrick. You go
That's
first.
very strange to hear.
Doing well tonight.
But my luck is running out. Let's go with actors in Star Trek and Orville for 300.
Richard Bashir and Dr. Aronoff.
Ooh. Who is Brian George?
That's correct.
Is he the one
Good start.
in the first episode with the banana?
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, that's him, indeed.
Very good. Very good. Good start. Mr. Vice President. Your turn.
I'm going to go with personnel files for 300, please.
Also the photo for Judge.
Note, court-martialed for a role in Garon 2 disaster while assigned to USS Wellington.
No, pass.
Mikey Sues for.
Are you there, Mikey? Staff went to Mikey. Come in, Mikey.
All right, Patrick.
Pass.
Who is Anson Rowe?
That is correct.
Ah,
You got it in
Well,
just
so
in
it
the
was
nick of
Rowe.
time.
well
Indeed.
done, Patrick.
Indeed.
I
I
should've-
didn't think anybody was going to get that. All right, Mikey, your turn.
Didn't even know. It was but a guess.
Mikey.
Oh, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's go for Star Trek 4, the next line for 100.
Now you're going to tell us the line that comes after this. Sure you won't change your mind?
Okay. Yeah. I know it's 100, but it's not easy. Pass.
Patrick.
No.
Minister Vice President.
I can't bring that line to mind at all. Ah,
Wow, I'm a little shocked with nobody getting that one.
Is there something wrong with the one I have?
Oh, it was Spock.
ah,
Of course, it was Spock.
Is there something wrong with the one I have?
I forgot.
Oh, geez. Fox says that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Patrick, it's your turn.
Well, I was liking the Orville, so let's go with the actors in Orville and starting for 400.
Kuros and Olix.
Ooh. That would be. Oh, who is Jason Alexander? Of course,
You got it.
the bartender.
I remember him in Orville, but who did he play in Star Trek?
The think tank guy,
Yeah, Voyager.
Oh, okay.
Voyager.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
On Voyager, yeah.
Personnel files for 400, please.
He was held responsible for the Farah incident in which Orion merchants, raiders, overran Klingon strategic material outposts.
No, I'm not doing very well this round. Pass.
Mikey.
Ooh, personnel files. Pass.
Patrick.
No, don't know.
When they
Pass.
put me out the pasture, I hope I fare better than General Cord.
Oh,
Hey, Mikey, it's your turn.
yeah, I should have known that one. but
Okay,
anyway.
let's try notable years of alternate timelines for 100.
Lenin is assassinated, which prevents the Bolsheviks from coming to power in Russia.
Okay, what is 1917?
Unfortunately not.
Patrick.
That would be good.
Okay.
No. It's not coming to me. Oh, wait, what's 1916?
That's right.
Just pops in my head.
That would be a good timeline delivered,
Whew.
in my
course.
opinion.
And Patrick.
I missed it by 1 year. Jeez.
Yep.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how many of these I got wrong by 1 year. All right, Patrick, it's your turn.
Star Trek 4, the next line for 300.
The Klingon shed the first blood while attempting to possess its secrets.
Well, then I'm sure with you.
What is Vulcans are well known as the intellectual something, but I don't know it. Intellectual puppets? Oh, what's the complete sentence? This is not my category. No.
Did you want to go with that or you want to pass?
No, I'm gonna pass because it's not complete.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
I'm going to guess the Vulcans are well known for being the intellectual puppets of the Federation.
That's right.
So I was
And
pretty
you're on the
close.
You're on the
Sorry,
board,
Patrick.
Miss.
That's not a problem. I wish you all the luck with that sentence.
You gave me
You
a
deserve the
huge
points.
point.
You deserve the points.
You're on the board, Mr. Vice President, and it's your turn. I still have that itchy finger.
Noted, Professor, noted. I'm going to go with Star Trek 4 for 200, please.
Good call.
I have a photographic memory. I see words.
I can't remember the next line though. Pass.
Mikey. Patrick?
This one I do remember, luckily. Are you sure it isn't time for a colorful metaphor?
That's it.
Well done. Well done. Mikey, it is your turn. We lost Mikey.
Stuff went to Mikey. Can you hear me?
Hey,
Mikey?
did you hear me? I said, is this a good time for a colorful
No, we're not getting
metaphor?
What's your turn to pick a question now?
Yeah,
We never heard that.
I'm here.
40 seconds. Time dilation.
Hello.
Hello.
Your turn to pick a question, Mikey.
For him to respond.
Yeah. Hello.
It's your turn, Mikey.
You're looking
Hello?
for.
Your turn.
Hello.
I shouldn't laugh, but I can't.
Yeah, let's refresh.
Refresh, Mikey.
Pseudo refresh, Mikey. Okay, he's refreshing.
Did you say sudo isn't the Linux
Yeah.
command?
Linux, yes.
Yeah, another Linux fan. What distro? While we're waiting for Mikey, what distro do you run?
I'm not ignoring you.
Some Ubuntu
Thomas.
on virtual machines. The rest are just
Okay.
Macs, and Macs also use sudo. So,
Okay.
but
Oh, I
indeed,
didn't know that Macs use them now.
yep, it's also Unix based. So,
Yeah. I use Chintu.
Ah, yeah, Sentu. Oh, also very good.
Mikey, are you there?
Are you back? PopOS, also very nice.
I don't think his internet connection
I
is
hope so.
operating on all the thrusters.
Okay, that was like a 15-second delay.
That's not good for your response time. Or think time.
Well, Patrick said I had severe, and I reset.
Yeah, you're still having a significant delay.
Should
We may
get-
have somebody pinch hit for you, Mikey.
What does pinch hit mean?
They come in and play for him.
So
Okay.
Tokyo said he could if you give him a few minutes.
Okay. I've never heard that term before.
It's a baseball term.
Ah, that'd be why. Baseball's not very big in New Zealand. But
Or
when I've
Tokyo.
seen it in movies, it looks fun.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
We
Yep.
can hear.
All right. Cool. Let's see if this works out. I'm on a different computer, so none of my settings are here.
Ooh.
Well, we can hear you.
Cool.
And Tokyo, it would be your turn.
Next line, 500.
All right. You can bet up to 1,000.
True.
1,000.
Good.
Here for this audio clip, identify the next line.
Leningrad has lost all electrical power. Cloud coverage 100%. Temperatures decreasing rapidly.
What is the estimated cloud coverage of the planet at this time?
You got it.
Well done. Wow.
Very cool. Very
Would
cool.
not have known that.
And what's really cool is that the answer was in the form of a question anyway, so
Yeah.
playing it straight was legal.
Indeed. All right, Patrick. Your turn.
Let's go with actors in Orville and Star Trek for 500. Let's see if I know that one.
1 and the Krill High Priest.
That is that Borg one, and that was, what is Paul Boomer or Bomer? Don't know really how you say it, his last name.
Close enough for me.
Oh, wow. But it's a Paul.
Well
Yes.
done.
J. Paul. Oh, didn't know the J. Wow.
And Mr. Vice President.
Personnel files for 2, please.
After leaving Starfleet in her late 30s, she created the lingual code translation matrix.
Pass. Is this to do with that non-canon show?
No, it doesn't have anything to do
Discovery.
with Discovery.
Tokyo.
Who's Hoshi?
It was!
No, it wasn't. She's from
No
Enterprise,
wonder
not
I
Discovery.
didn't know it.
She's from the damn Kenan show.
All right, Tokyo.
Let's finish Voyage Home.
All right.
You want the details?
What is? Oh, I wouldn't miss this for all the tea in China.
You got it.
Again, well done.
Indeed. All right, Patrick, you're up.
Let's try Insurrection production credits for 400. Really shooting myself in the foot here. Screenplay. Who did the screenplay? Oh man, can't picture it. Who is Michael Piller? Of course, duh.
That's right.
You see his name so many times in the title sequence.
After we finish the game, maybe one of you can explain to me the difference between a script and a screenplay. Maybe it means the same thing, I don't know. But after the game, I'll be interested if one of you know.
The screenplay is a script meant for cameras.
Okay.
So, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And Mr. Vice President, it is your turn.
I'll try the notable years for 200. Please.
The population of Earth is approximately 9 billion, all Borg.
What is 2063?
That is incorrect.
Tokyo.
20. What is 2370? Let's see. Almost generations. What's 2373?
That's right.
Oh, I thought it was that.
Nicely done.
And in an alternate timeline, it would be 9 billion all Conti.
Oh, okay.
That's scary. That is
Exactly.
horrifying.
I made that joke on A Question of Trek as a winning animation. All right, Tokyo, your turn.
All right, let's do credits for 3. Let's see how much I remember the credits. I don't read the credits.
I'm just going to push this up in the chair. Be right back. If it comes to me, I pass.
This is the 300. I don't remember this. Although I have an idea, but nah, pass.
Patrick.
Who is Rick Berman?
That would be correct.
Just like in the Next Generation, of course.
That was a trick question.
It was?
I thought it was.
Okay.
Who did you think it was? It would be
Patrick Stewart.
He was a producer, but not the main producer, I think.
He was executive producer or something.
Executive, yeah.
Yeah.
Only getting paid.
Do we want to wait for Mr. Vice President to get back? Or I know it's not his turn, but
we can wait a minute, see if he comes back.
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on. I will be right back. I'm just going to go across the room.
Glad he got a computer to work for him.
Did.
Oh, I'm still here. Just nah. It's I don't know. I need my.
So your computer bled? Is that what you said?
Well, I took out the 5 hard drives because I was going to switch over to a single SSD, and then it decided to crap the bed, so it bled out.
It's losing bits. Which one do I want to try?
You got plenty of time to.
Yeah, I know. Mr.
Tokyo's doing very well, I think, Thomas. He has a good chance. And how's Mr. Darren Wagner? I saw your video that you put out. If you'd like to, does he have ability to put a link in? See a mod?
I don't think so.
Okay. I enjoyed your doctor video, Darren. Hope you're still there.
Yeah, that was an interesting video. I watched it before Jeopardy.
I did as well. So go check out Darren Wagner. He puts out really high quality videos on Star Trek, and also, well, it's from what's the tagline he has from Mariner's perspective?
Yeah, Submariner's perspective.
Submariner's perspective. I was close.
I can't hear the word mariner with anything serious anymore. Thanks to lowered Drex.
Yeah, well.
Submariner, and all I see is her face. Ugh. She's a fake.
And there we go. Check out Darren's video. Well done.
Darren's video intros are pretty cool. The Thames video tribute.
Yep.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Are you back?
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I had to push myself up in the chair. So, is it my turn? Is it?
Not yet, but we wanted to wait.
We wanted to wait in case it did get to you.
Okay,
Patrick, it's your turn.
Yeah, let's go for the hard one, the interaction production credits for 200. No.
No?
Yeah, the 200.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I said hard one, but it's not hard. Hopefully.
Well, we'll see if it is or not.
Investigation is ongoing. Music. Oh, that was yeah. Music. That's of course who is Jerry Goldsmith, one of the best composers in all of Star Trek.
That's correct.
Can't argue with that.
I was even going to guess that wrong. I thought it was Dennis McCarthy. I don't know why.
If I didn't have that one.
All right, Mr. Vice President, it's your turn.
Well, I've got to get one of these questions right. We'll go with personnel files for 100, please.
Historian John Gill called him the greatest explorer of the 22nd century. Excuse me.
It's a non-canon
joke. That did not take place in the 22nd century.
I did not have a clue whatsoever. Pass.
Did you say pass?
Pass. I don't have a clue.
Tokyo.
Who's Jonathan Archer?
You got it.
What?
Three points. 3 points.
My class him as an explorer?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
You obviously did not watch the show at all. Tokyo, it's your turn.
I did, but I'd class them as a mishap rather than an exploit.
Years for 4.
Voyager triumphantly returns to the Alpha
man.
Quadrant after 23 years in the Delta Quadrant.
What is 2394?
You got it.
Simple logic.
Patrick, it's your turn. Patrick. You're muted, Patrick.
Yeah, my audio was crapping out again, so hopefully I'm back again.
Okay. We can hear you slightly distorted. We can understand you.
Okay.
You're clear now. You're clear.
Okay, then it fixed itself, luckily. Something is interfering with my Bluetooth headset. Let's go with... yeah, why not? Actors in Star Trek and Orville for 200. Should know this one.
Silic and the Krill Ambassador.
Silic, that was... Silic was played by who is John Fleck?
You got it?
I believe that was from the non-canon show too.
For me, it's canon. The Orville is canon.
what evidence these?
Oh, you're denying that you're handing so-called evidence over, huh? It's your turn, Mr. Vice President.
I don't understand what he's thanking me for. Sorry. I'm sorry, Thomas. I have no idea. Notable years, 300.
The Federation is on the verge of defeat after 20 years of war with the Klingons.
What is... No, I'm not going to guess it. Sorry. I'll guess it for no points of no and ask you to pass.
Tokyo.
What's 2364?
Unfortunately not.
Wait.
Patrick.
Pass, I don't know it.
2366.
I was out by 1 year, so I'm glad I didn't guess.
Thomas, yeah, I'm not entitled to see it because there's nothing to see. And Tokyo, it's your turn.
Shoot, it is my turn.
It
finish
is.
the years, 500.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Finish the years, 500.
FDR confers with slum area angel Edith Keeler.
Oh, wow. See, that episode took place in 1939. It was towards the end of the war. Pass.
Patrick.
No, pass.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
Pass. At least it is a canon show this time.
36.
1936.
Would have totally gotten it wrong.
And Patrick, it is your turn.
Let's try the 500 for the instruction production credits. Why not? Production designer. Well, it is on screen, so.
Indeed.
Didn't he have the same name as the man who created the Doctor? Who is Zimmerman?
That's correct.
Don't know the first name, but
First name. Should have asked for first name on that one.
Yeah, well, I think the last name was good enough.
Mr. VP.
Orville for 100, please.
Ensign Rivers and Captain Mercer.
Oh, that's real easy. It was Sith MacFarlane.
That's right. And nice job at getting a question from that canon show correct.
It's only because I knew the Orville. If I didn't know the Orville, I wouldn't have had a clue.
Your knowledge of canon shows is severely lacking. Tokyo, it's your turn.
Personnel files.
He was assigned to the USS Sequest, stardate 42983.6.
What?
USS Sequest? What?
There's a USS Sequest?
There is.
Before or after the actual show?
After.
All right. The captain's name was Sequest. Pass.
Patrick.
No clue. Pass.
Mr. Vice President.
Pass.
Darian Wallace. If you're wondering, that was from the episode I Am the Beholder.
Okay.
Okay.
Was a Sequest?
Yay for Sequest and Star Trek.
All right, Patrick, you get the final clue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that is, of course, the one and only, who is Jonathan Frakes.
That's correct.
Done. That link back in for Cosmo Buzz. Head on over there. Consider how much you would like to bet on this category.
The Orville.
I've sensed a theme here, John, with your final Jeopnerdy categories.
How about you, Moses?
I don't remember losing points. I thought I passed on all the ones I didn't know. I must have got one of them. Sorry, I won't question it. I just don't remember. Sorry, John. All good. I withdraw my question before fully submitted.
Decisions.
Sorry.
Okay, all three of you are in. Waiting on Vice President.
I've called myself FVP because I think after today's performance, I need to be the former Vice President.
Wow. I don't know about that.
I think John deserves someone better.
All right.
You're still the best candidate for the job.
Thanks.
Let's reveal our clue.
This early episode of The Orville about a generation ship features a musical theme that is eerily similar to the music heard when the Enterprise flies through the V'ger cloud.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla!
So you want the episode name, John?
And Patrick, you fell out of Cosmobuzz again.
Oh man.
Sorry for the caps lock.
Okay.
Am I back in the
You are
Cosmobus?
back in. Yeah, I'll give you a few seconds.
Okay, thanks.
You fell out.
That was.
I have to push you for an entry.
Okay. Yep. Maybe I misspelled it, but hopefully it was that one.
All right. Let's see who our winner is.
We all know who it is.
Mr. Vice President, you had 300 points entering final Jeopardy. Your response?
But if the star should appear, that is correct.
Very good. How much did you wager? 300 points, doubling your score to 600. Very good.
Done.
Tokyo, you had 2,700 points, and your response?
You didn't remember. That's too bad.
How much was your wager? All but one of your points giving you or leaving you with 1 point. Patrick, you had the lead at 6,100 points. Your response?
The stars would appear. Very good.
And how much did you wager? 3,100 points, giving you an impressive 9,200 points. And Patrick,
Wow.
you are the champion.
Don't know how it happened. And no, it was not the. Thanks.
Well done.
Yeah, but I'm thinking it will be a fluke.
Very well done.
You played extremely well today.
Yeah, but on some of the categories, some were just bad. And I'm thinking that John will have excellent questions next time that I do not know the answers to. Like has happened before. And will happen again. But I found it very fun to have won a couple. But 3? Wow. This will be remembered as rigged. Unfortunately.
No.
There was no rigging involved.
There was no rigging. I know. I do not have a PDF with answers, like some people think. And they may view my system.
And we lost Tokyo.
Oh.
Mr. VP, I almost thought you were holding a camera next to you.
No, sorry. I'm just
It took me a second or two, and it registered in my brain. No, that's not a camera he's holding. That's something behind him.
No, that's you may have seen me hold on to my armrest, maybe. What is on the?
Yes, Tokyo and Omni are talking on Discord. And
hello.
welcome the multi-gunman, and welcome back, Omnicast.
Hello, multi-gunman.
Hello,
and welcome back, Mikey.
How are you, Mr. VP? Hey, Mikey.
Hello, Steven.
Hello, and
Yeah.
Moose is sorry to put you on this. Omni, did you get Did you get my reply in the chat?
That's nice of him.
What was your reply,
Thank you,
Mr. VP? I may have missed it. What did you write?
Oh, I just said nice. There's a nice one for your Linux distro.
Oh, yeah. I like Linux. I'm definitely a Linux fan.
I thought I was the only one in this group who was a Linux fan, and I discovered 2 others in one day. Yay!
No, yeah, they're really smooth. I mean, if you just need to do basic work, nothing with heavy, applications, because a lot of it's not compatible. But yeah, it's great. I've been using it for years now.
Yeah. I still use Windows on my laptop, but on my main desktop, I run Gentoo Linux.
It's just smooth. There's less weight. It's just, less overhead. It just works fast and doesn't crash.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's free. It's open source.
Yeah. Indeed.
You could be right, the multi-gunman.
What? Is someone saying something spicy? What did multi-gunman say? No, not me.
It's normal.
And if you go
Hi,
worry
Normal.
about spy devices, it's Windows machines with all the malware on it.
Yeah, Normal reminds me of a male cat I used to own called Tiger Man. That's a female British tabby. That's so cute. Oh, Normal. This will never happen again. Sorry,
Never happen
Tokyo.
again. Well, it's great. I mean, when you can remember Jean-Luc Picard's birthday down to the day and month, that's pretty, it's pretty impressive. I can't beat that. That's for sure.
Yeah, which episode did you get his exact day, Patrick?
Yeah,
I've never heard it mentioned in dialogue. I know it must have been displayed somewhere at one point, but I don't know. Yeah,
probably in a service record.
Computer service record.
Well,
Picard, Jean-Luc.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's ironic? Yeah. Well, you know what's ironic when you guys said that is Suzanne's birthday is June 16th, and then my mother's birthday is exactly a month after hers on July.
Oh.
So, yeah, a month and a day. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I guess I have to watch a little closer. I've been watching Babylon 5 this week. I mean, I've been watching Star Trek too, but those discs are great.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
Aren't they nice? Oh, man.
Yes.
It's such a treat. It's such a treat to watch them like this. It really is.
Oh,
They're so
yes,
clear.
it is.
Yeah. And the sound is good too. You said you have surround sound, right? So the separation's good. The 5.1 is very good.
It's pretty good. I've heard better, but no, it's
good. It was good on the DVD, so it didn't get any worse. I mean, it got a little bit better, right? It was still decent on those.
Yeah, I just watched Infection this evening before
Protect.
Yeah.
Protect. Yes.
That's good. Marshall Teague. He's a great actor, actually.
Yeah,
was
he
ever in
is.
Star Trek? I don't know if he was or not.
I just wanted. Yeah.
He was.
He was in, Roadhouse, which is a great movie.
Marshall Teague.
classic.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I thought he was. Maybe. He
Yeah.
Wow.
We all
And
know
then he
that.
came back in the later seasons of B5. Where he played,
Oh, people so crazy.
the guy with the
He
sword.
was.
He played I forget his name.
Marshall
Oh,
Teague
she
was
looked up at
in
me.
2 episodes of Star Trek.
He was?
He was
I
in-
didn't know that.
Yeah. He was in Deep Space Nine,
Which one?
Hippocratic Oath,
He was?
and he was
Hippocratic
in Voyager, Distant Origin.
Oh, yes.
Played a dinosaur?
With Bashir.
Dinosaur man.
he played a hadrosaur. Hippocratic Oath. Which one?
No.
He played a Cardassian, maybe?
No, he was a doctor with it.
I'm going to guess at Jim.
That one had Bashir. That featured Bashir in that one on the cast.
What,
I
Hippocratic Oath?
remember that one.
Make her larger,
Yeah.
Sam.
Oh, the Jem Hadar. They were on the planet, right? That was the one
Yes.
when O'Brien and him crashed on the planet.
Yep.
Okay. He must have played one of the Jeopnerdy. Yeah.
Oh, Nermal.
I think
Look at Nermal.
Nimmel's doing a mind trick with their eyes.
You too,
She's
Meow, meow,
Oh,
meow, 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 oh, yay! She went like this, row. She like turned over upside down. I
Nimel was trying to do
Hey,
a mind
give us some
trick
tummy
with
rubs,
her eyes.
Mercer.
What's that?
Could you repeat that, Mr. VP?
Oh, I thought he wanted Mikey to repeat his. Sorry. I said I think Nimel was trying to do a mind trick with her eyes.
Oh yeah, she's good at it with her eyes. Yeah.
This is not the cat food you're looking for.
Yeah. This is the cat you will,
right?
This is the cat you will buy food for.
Normal. No,
Okay.
Yeah.
What's
Hey,
all this
Mercer,
Discord
give
business?
Normal some tummy rubs on her chest.
Almost sounds
On
like
her
a
chest.
conspiracy, doesn't it, Jim?
Just rub her chest just a little bit with your fingers. She wants that.
Oh my!
No, I'm a cat. I'm a cat whisperer. I know what she wants. She wants a little bit of touch on her chest.
I didn't quite catch that, Mr. VP. What did you ask me?
I said with all these people wanting to be on Discord in the middle of the stream, it sounds like a bit like a conspiracy, doesn't it?
It does have that ring to it, doesn't it?
I mean,
It's a distinct possibility.
Yeah,
There you
they
go.
falsely allege that you and John rigged the game. I think they're the ones trying
She
to rig
does.
something.
I don't even have his email address.
Yeah, no.
How can I send him an email when I don't even have his email address?
And the email by
It's a little difficult.
An email by default isn't encrypted, so you think you'd use some other method.
Instead of going to Discord, they should go to the coffee site and just donate.
Well,
yeah, exactly, Patrick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you get no advantage, but we can get our host
While I'm here,
buy John a coffee.
Yeah. Show your appreciation.
Indeed.
Buy John a coffee. Right.
Mr. VP did. I did.
I'm really lucky with this.
So he gets a new background. I like his shuttle bay. Yeah, his shuttle bay one is cool. We can get him some new back photography.
You may need to create some super chat videos, John.
Perhaps.
He's got that there. I'm sorry, John.
Oh, you're okay.
So, does anyone like another TV show that, in my
Now,
opinion, was
what did it say? It was a great year, guys.
in the 90s?
I think.
Called The Pretender. I don't know whether you'd classify it as sci-fi or not, but it was about a genius who could instantly do any occupation he wanted.
I love that show. That was a great 90s series.
And unfortunately, I never got the very end of it, but I'd love to watch it again and see the very end.
You know, I don't remember how it ended. I think they did like 2 TV movies to wrap it up, or maybe it was 3. TNT ended the series with 2 or 3 TV movies. Of course, it was on NBC originally as a series.
Yeah, that rings a bell. So maybe the series got cancelled and then they needed to wrap it up for the movies.
Yeah,
But
kind of like what they did with Babylon 5. TNT bought the rights to air season 5.
Indeed. They need to repeat some of those greats. Nowadays, all we get is garbage reality TV shows and continuity acts. And to throw insult to injury, we get some Enterprise as well. But I want to watch the greats
Marx
again.
Brothers.
Sorry?
I was making a joke. Sorry, I didn't translate.
The Marx Brothers?
Yeah, I should have mailed it to the Marx Brothers.
Can you sing a Marx Brothers song?
No, I can't.
No. Don't know what.
Hey, Brainy, what are you doing? Are you looking for an astronaut behind your bookshelf?
Something like that. I've actually got a laptop over here.
Sorry about the cover.
My cat looks very comfortable right now.
So I have 2 computers and 4 monitors for 4 screens.
Wow.
Mr.
Digital.
Indeed.
Wow.
Did you watch Tenet yet?
No, I have not seen Tenet.
You have?
I have not.
Oh.
Sorry.
There are no astronauts behind the bookshelf in that movie.
I would hope not.
Are there even bookshelves in that movie?
I almost watched Interstellar the other day.
Such a good movie.
It is.
I love
Fabulous
the
movie.
church organ music. Like in certain scenes, they use like a church organ.
Yeah.
And I like the little girl that plays Murph is awesome. I don't know her name, but she's a great actress.
How long is the dedication plaque of Voyager been zoomed in? Focused on the show. It was featured in Equinox because it fell down and then.
Normal and the president and the vice president have the same clothes. I'm kidding, Mr. Vice President. But she's looking at you.
Well, I'll have you know, Thomas, that I had all of this well before we ever started Jeopnerdy on John's channel.
She's looking at you, Vice President. You say hello.
Hello, Newman. Hello. You're trying to enslave me with those eyes, aren't you?
Well, I wanted to. Well, I wanted to thank John and Jeff for everything this year and for allowing me to play the game. And you guys, I hope you have a good year next year. So
I hope you
appreciate that. Same to you as well, and your wife.
I probably won't be able to play next week.
Oh, thank you.
Thomas, I do not have to do that. Thank you.
Because I'm going to Tampa to see my brother. If if there's a chance I could play, I'll let you know. But I doubt it.
If you're going to Tampa to see your brother, so watch out for the non-canon Zindi coming to get you.
What do you mean non-canon?
Wait a minute. Did the Zindi appear in Discovery?
I don't think so.
That's pretty good.
Enterprise.
I don't think so.
They still have a planet in Discovery.
Why did
the Zindi?
It's probably the best show of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Enterprise. Probably. Oh,
you really said that? That's wow.
Did you guys see the commercial for Enterprise with the lady knocks on the door? Did you guys see that? I got to share it with you guys.
Multi-Gunman, thank you for that. I have to give all the credit for the questions to John. because he does them every week. I've done them 1 week, and it was like, how does John do it?
John does great.
Week after week after week after week after week. I don't know how he does it.
Thank you.
All right, in the private chat, I posted a commercial. It should be coming up. Why isn't it working? Let me see if I can do it again.
Well, thank you for that answer, Tokyo.
Hey, Mercer, didn't they? Yeah, thank you, Tokyo. I thought they showed it in Endgame too, didn't they? Towards the end of Endgame, Part 2, I think they did in the episode.
Control V.
Um,
Can't copy it.
Tokyo, is Skywalker a British magazine or is it American?
All right, check out this commercial for Enterprise that I just posted in the chat, in the private chat. I think you'll all really like this.
It is, Sean. I used to do a podcast it was a trivia game. That was hard. It was a live podcast.
Yeah. Anyway, check out this commercial. I don't know if you could play it on the screen or not.
It's not playable on my location, unfortunately.
It depends on if it's copyrighted.
It's commercial. I don't think.
It's not playable in my country.
I have seen that commercial before. I do recall it. Although, yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable playing the whole thing.
Okay. No
Hey,
problem.
Jeff, are you guys taking any time off?
Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry about that.
Are you taking any time off for a question of Trek, Jeff?
We will be taking 2 weeks off, not starting tomorrow, but the following week. Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve days, we will not have a show.
Okay.
You know, one of my favorite lines when you guys asked the Orville question about actors on the Orville, that guy that played Dr. Bashir's father, and he was in the Orville. I love that bit where he's like, "I'm still learning the names." So it's a very funny line.
Yeah.
I wish they did that in Star Trek because it's hard to. They just know everybody's name and everything. I also
Dr.
like the bit where his dog is in the background, and John is like, "Did you see the dog?"
Gary from the basement. I'm not sure what that is. Obviously, the answer is no, but I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
He's talking about a commercial, I think.
That's a commercial.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
I'm just going to push myself up in the chair. You're going to be back in a second.
You know, I actually watched Enterprise, and I saw Seth MacFarlane show up on the Columbia as Rivers, right? Wasn't he on the Columbia?
Rivers was on the Columbia in season 4. He was also on Enterprise in season 3.
Interesting that they had him on both.
Yep.
Well, I had a lot of fun watching you guys play tonight. I only played for a little bit, but I had a lot of fun.
Glad you did. That's the whole point.
A lot of fun. And Anson Rivers, that name I remember because of the question of Trek. Not last week, but the week before.
I can't wait for Dune Part 2 to come out.
That looks good.
I don't know.
I still haven't seen the first one.
You know, I wish they did. I hope they do like a double feature night in the IMAX screen. That would be so awesome. Like they show the first one and then they show the new one. That would be so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very long.
Well, you know, I've done it one time when the Planet of the Apes trilogy came out. I had not seen any of them, But the new one was coming out, so my friend said, "Why don't we go see it?" And they had what's like a marathon showing where they showed the first two, and then they showed the first night. It was the first time they were going to play the new one, and they had like a whole day event for it.
Wow.
It was pretty cool. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of the Planet of the Apes movies, but the second one was okay. It was pretty good. But it was a cool idea to sit in a theater for the whole day. It was pretty fun. It's kind of like sitting to watch the Marvel movies as a marathon. They've done that. Imagine sitting in the theater to watch all the Marvel films of the Infinity Saga.
You'll be there for a week.
It'll just be like, can I get some more food, please? I don't know if I could do that. I mean,
I've only done that for the Hunger Games, the last two, in a marathon. And even that was pretty long.
yeah. I don't think I've ever done a marathon except for Planet of the Apes.
We didn't see the Plaguing Equinox. We
Yes,
did. Oh, that was Year of Hell. Yep. Here.
We did see an Equinox.
I thought
Nah.
it was an Equinox.
I thought we did an Equinox as well.
Like the last
Yeah, I
season.
think you're wrong, Tug, yeah.
Well, Jane, we made the comment that the thing's never fallen down. And I think that was Equinox, but it did also fall down in Year of Hell, I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
Right?
Darren. Nice to see you.
Welcome, Darren.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
That was a very nice video earlier.
Oh, you like that, huh?
I did like that. I may not agree with you, but I like the video.
Oh, no one agrees with me on that. that's kind of the point. But
What's the video on? What's it
It was his 5 favorite doctors in Star Trek.
and also my least favorite, although that least favorite doesn't mean I think that my least favorite was a bad character. It just means my least favorite. Sorry, my microphone's a little goofy here. Let me see if I can move it a little closer.
Oh, you're okay.
All right.
We can hear you.
Okay, outstanding. So how is everybody?
Unfortunately, I haven't seen your latest video yet, but I've seen all the others, and I'm very impressed with them. I really liked your video on your idea for your next Star Trek series. It's fantastic.
Oh, the halibut
Yeah,
thing?
yeah.
Oh, thanks for that.
Really good.
Speaking of videos, John DeMarco put out one last week, I think, that I liked because it was a reminder. The Defiant isn't named after an actual ship. It's named after a ship that appeared in a movie, basically. I mean, the closest thing was the HMS Defiance, but there was never an HMS Defiant. And I like that in the narrative of Star Trek, at least for the Berman era, that when you see the Defiant, it's got a painting of itself, and right next to a painting of the tall ship that was from that movie. So, yeah.
Well, very cool. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back.
Okay. I wanted to spend a little more time in that video talking about Mabenga, but I had to keep it tight because it was already over 15 minutes long.
Are you talking about the new Mbanga or the old one?
I included both of them because basically it's actually more of the new one because the original one only had appeared in 2 episodes, so we didn't really get to know him that much. But no, the one thing I wanted to talk about with Mabenga that I didn't get the opportunity to was his use of performance-enhancing drugs. Because to me that was a very daring choice. A lot of people don't know that U.S. military does utilize performance-enhancing drugs, particularly in wartime. And for example, fighter pilots will take something that will help keep them alert, on longer flights and things like that. And we're not talking caffeine here; we're talking about something else. And you might be saying, well, isn't that's not fair. That's not something we should be doing. Just like in sports. And their argument would be, well, sports are supposed to be fair, but in war, it's a little bit different story. So we had performance enhancers on the submarine, but they were only to be used, under heavy supervision from the hospital foreman on board and stuff like that. So they had all kinds of things. They had drugs to help you stay awake if you had to do a 3-day shift. Like if like the crew got sick and you were the only qualified person to man a station, and you had to do it for 72 hours, like I did at one point. They gave you that. There was also stuff that would if we had to do a lot of operations on the surface where submariners aren't used to dealing with wave action, because normally the submarine operates so deep that it's not affected by waves or anything. So it's just as steady as being in the building you're in right now. And so we have to, if we have to do periscope operations, the to and fro of the ocean can make everybody sick. And so there was something like a super Dramamine kind of thing they can give you. It's a shot that actually knocks you out for about 10 minutes, and when you wake up, you're fine. You can handle any to and fro.
I have a question for you, Darren, about that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
I was watching. I went to the theater to see The Abyss in the big screen, and in the beginning of that, there's a whole thing about hyper nervous pressure syndrome or something. My first question is, do they deal with that? Is that an issue? And the second thing is, what do you think of the submarine scene at the beginning when the Montana goes down?
The Montana sinking is probably the most accurate submarine disaster ever shot. It's not exactly the way I envision it, but that scene where the wall of water is coming at them is pretty good. I think it would happen a little bit faster than that, but pretty good. As far as the ailment, the thing that you're talking about, that's mainly something that divers have to deal with, not guys on a submarine, because we're inside a pressure hull, so the pressure inside the ship is the same as it is on the surface, so we never have to deal with the bends and things like that.
Hang on, Darren. Take care, Sean. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Interesting.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
I was so fascinated with that movie when it came out that I actually bought the novel, which Orson Scott Card actually wrote. He's a famous science fiction author, and he actually had diagrams of the other submersibles, not Montana, but he had diagrams of Flatbed and Cab 1, Cab 2, and Deep Core itself in the book.
Yeah, definitely a lot of thought went into that. As a lot of thought goes into most of Cameron's movies, particularly the bigger ones, the ones where he spent more money. Terminator was still kind of a low budget film, but Titanic, a whole bunch of research and stuff went into that, and The Abyss as well. So yeah.
Is Deep Core a possibility, having an underwater drilling platform?
I don't know. The thing is, I'm more of an advocate for onshore drilling than offshore drilling.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, you look at the BP oil disaster. If that had happened on land, it would have taken 20 minutes to fix. But because we keep pushing oil rigs farther and farther into the ocean because we don't want to live around them, that creates new problems.
In terms of a futuristic portrayal of the submarine, how do you think Sequest rates? I mean, I know that it's not fully realistic because it's in the future, but in terms of a submarine futuristic fruition of one. How do you
Mr. Vice President, I don't mean to disappoint you, because I see Sequest is awesome as your subtitle, but I've never actually watched Sequest.
Fair enough.
It's not something that interests me because it's one of those things where I would be constantly going, what,
Yeah,
and I wouldn't,
Yeah,
and so I don't want to expose myself to that frustration. So
yeah, fair enough.
I'm sure it's a good show. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of science behind it, and probably a lot of inspiration from real life. But a dolphin on board. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, careful.
Darwin.
Hey, Darren.
Darwin?
Careful
Yeah,
about
Darren, I had a
talking
good
about
question for you.
Darwin like that.
How about Voyage?
I'm sorry, what?
How about Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Darren? Did you ever get to see it?
Oh, I think I saw that when I was a kid. I think it's a Disney movie, isn't it? The Kirk Douglas.
I believe so.
Yeah, I don't think I've
series.
Oh, I've never seen
series.
No.
The series.
Well, yeah, they had. Yeah, but they had a. Yeah, there's a series too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
David
I don't
Hediston
think
was in
I've.
that.
I think I saw it when I was a kid. I was very little, but it's again, I don't. It's kind of weird. If a submarine movie comes out, I wait and see what other submarine guys think of it. I let them take the hit. So I did that with when Hunter Killer came out. The what's his name? The Leonidas guy. Gerard Butler was in that movie playing the CO of a I guess it's a new Virginia class attack submarine. And what I liked about it, they told me, yeah, you know what, it's Hollywood, but it's still pretty good. And I said, okay, I'll watch it. And what I liked most about it wasn't all submarine stuff. It was actually like the submarine crew was only one part of the story. The story would jump from the movie would jump from the submarine crew to a special ops team, and then back to the situation room, so to speak, and then between those three places, and so that's why I kind of liked it, because it showed more coordination between the assets. And submarines do operate alone quite a bit, but they also operate in conjunction with things that other units that are elsewhere. So yeah. But
what'd you think of Hunt for Red October?
Well, that's the Top Gun of submarine movies. That's yeah, and even today, even though there are no typhoons and there are no alphas in the water, and there are a couple of Los Angeles class ships left, but none of the Flight Ones like the Dallas. It is still it's still one of those movies that is probably the greatest recruiting tool for the submarine service ever made too. I mean,
I like Das Boot.
Das Boot was pretty good too. I mean, as a historical piece, it's not just that's arguably one of the greatest just general war movies ever made.
Oh yeah.
Too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The sound was amazing on that. Like they used some kind of digital sound back then. And if you play that thing really loud, it's amazing. I mean, the soundtrack and the just so cool. Wolfgang.
I watched. It was not exactly a submarine movie. It was called Greyhound with Tom Hanks, where he played the captain of a destroyer.
I saw that movie.
Protecting a convoy. And I thought to myself, as I was watching this, I'm like, why can't we get a Star Trek movie like this? Just a simple story. Just a simple story of a couple of ships trying to protect a convoy of cargo ships to go to, I don't know, Deep Space Nine or K7 or something, and have them, have the same scenario just in space, and that would be a great movie. You could really do well with that.
K-19 was good too.
almost did that with season 3, like where most of the season took place in a nebula and they're fighting one ship. I think I didn't really like that season too much, but I like the fact that they kind of went for that simple premise. They didn't spend a lot. Most of it was in that nebula, just fighting that one ship. I realized that they could get the most dramatic.
Hang on, I'll be there in just 1 sec. Sorry, guys, I've got to go. I've got to go to dinner, but just before I go, along with saying goodbye to everyone else, I'd just like to say to Darren that I've really enjoyed your YouTube clips that clear up a lot of original series misconceptions. I, for one, was one of those people that thought the dish on the original Enterprise was a deflector dish, so I really enjoyed hearing about. No, it was a communications dish, and I think you're doing great work on your videos, Darren. So thank you very much for all your good work, and
thank you.
Yeah, and see you, everyone else, and really enjoyed the game and the chat. And sorry I have to run.
Have a good Christmas.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Take care, Mr. VP.
Yeah, you guys too.
And John, will we have a show next week?
As far as I know, I'm still planning to have a show next week. Yes.
Okay, Saturday the 23rd, we'll have a show.
My birthday, I turned 50 on the 22nd. I'm old.
Oh.
Do you have no life, John? We appreciate that you're putting out game shows even on the weekend of Christmas, but no one here would be upset if you said it probably won't be a show next week because of the holiday.
We've had 3 weeks off in the last month and a half.
Oh, okay.
Because I have canceled a lot recently,
okay.
As far as I know, I'm good next weekend.
So I didn't watch your video yet, Darren. So the deflector dish is not a deflector dish on the Connie?
In the original in the original series, the deflector dish on the Enterprise, the 1701, was not a deflector dish. No ship had a deflector dish. What it was a communications antenna and the 3 navigational deflectors, because they always referred to the deflectors not the deflector. Surrounded the dish. There are these nodes, and you see them on the original. And then they when they went to the movies, the refit also had the same nodes, and in fact, you can see those same 3 nodes on the Reliant. So even though the Reliant doesn't have a dish, it has deflectors. Which is because that was not a deflector dish. Now later in TNG,
right,
they combined all those components into one multi-purpose component called the main deflector dish. And what a lot of fans did was they sort of extrapolated backwards that, well, if it's the deflector dish here, it must also be the deflector dish over here in Kirk's era, and that wasn't the case. But yeah.
And there's a difference also between screens and shields and a navigational deflector beam, right? Because I know Gene Roddenberry's even talked about that, where the deflector beam projects ahead of the ship at warp and knocks asteroids and meteorites out of the way, right? So it doesn't damage the ship. But then there's also defensive screens and, obviously later on in TNG, deflector shields and multiphasic shields, but it's kind of a separate thing.
What
it's
were
not
they
the
doing
same thing.
in Star Trek 2 with that? What you're saying, Omnicast, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
In Star Trek 2, when Saavik is like, activate defensive shield screen, and you're turning dials, but it's not shields? Is that what you're talking about? What was that scene when they go to yellow alert, but they're not really at red alert yet? When they speed up with the Reliant? What were they doing there?
I think there was a lower level of shield, but it's not a navigational deflector beam, which is something different.
At Yellow Alert, the graphics kind of showed us that at Yellow Alert, the ship puts up a minimal shield around the bridge dome,
like Enterprise polarizing the hull plating, right? Does something. It does
kind of like that, yeah. Where it looked like there was a lesser shield that went over the bridge dome and then key areas in the engineering hull, and then when they went to full red alert, that's when the full shield
I know this
skin tight.
That's it.
Yeah, Darren and Omni, I had a weird question.
Yeah.
But did they have a separate shield? Yeah. did they have a separate shield that protected the deflector dish itself? You know, the array, or was that
I'm
just
pretty
because it's
sure
part of
that
the ship?
that would have been
That's why the entire
that would have
lower
been
section was.
yeah, that would have been just protected by the shields, I would think, because because
Hey
the
guys, I'm
deflector
gonna
shield was
run.
yeah.
I'm
Go
so
ahead.
hungry.
Oh, go get something to eat, Mercer.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
See you later.
Thanks
Marcel.
for
Take care,
joining
buddy.
us.
Yeah, go, Mercer.
Bye, Mercer.
Hope to see you next week.
Talk to you later. See you, Darren.
Yep.
Good to see you.
Well,
Bye.
Sorry
yeah,
to interrupt. I'll
yeah.
talk to you later. Bye.
You're fine.
Bye bye.
It's like whenever people talk about Star Wars ships versus Star Trek ships, one of the pieces of dialogue they always want to bring up, and I was one of those people and still am, when a ship targeted lasers on the Enterprise D, and Worf sort of scornfully reported, there are training
Okada.
lasers on us, sir, and
Right.
and Picard said to Riker, he goes, lasers won't even penetrate our navigational shields, which because lasers exist naturally in space, so they would have to deflect those. So yeah.
So that's a lower intensity.
Well, back in the day when I used to participate in interactive Star Wars versus Star Trek, and the thing that always, and I mean always, came up in conversation was about shields and what they could protect and what they would encompass. And I don't think Star Wars has very good ships that have shields, and if they do have shields, they're very crude. But you notice that Star Trek is able to cover like everything, with their shield.
Star Wars was always a more hardcore on the tech side than Star Wars, or Star Trek was more hardcore on the tech side than Star Wars was. Star Wars is more of a space fantasy. It's about the magic. It's about that kind of stuff. So when Star Wars fans started losing arguments about turbo lasers, never being able to penetrate, Kirk's Enterprise shields, they had to go back and redefine what a turbo laser was.
Talking about nitpicking, though, come on.
Right, exactly. It was like, okay, you tell them, well, it's a turbo laser, not a laser. I'm like, a turbo laser would be a laser powered by a turbine. That's all it would be. It'd still be a laser. Well, no, it's something else. They had to redefine turbo laser into something that the word is not defined as when you look at the components of the words. So, but yeah, Star Wars people.
And lasers are not all the same. That, as we all know, lasers are not all the same because there are certain lasers that you can use to definitely penetrate a hole, and then there are lasers which they will just reflect the reflectory. They're not powerful enough to cut a ship in half or anything like that. Right. I think really lasers were a loose term, when they used them. Both franchises.
Well, laser actually does have a definition, though. It's light amplified by stimulated emissions of radiation. That's what a laser is. It's an acronym. A lot of people don't know that.
Yes,
and,
that's an SAT question right there, huh? Look at that.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. But so when they try to say that a laser is something other than what the acronym says, they're in trouble. They just want to start winning arguments against Star Trek fans.
Laser.
Frickin' laser beams. Yeah.
the Alan Parsons
top
Project.
Of Shark's head. The Alan Parsons Project.
Yeah. So I think that the it's kind of funny too, because one of the mistakes that Enterprise made quite a bit whenever they would show the NX-01 fighting the Suliban at warp is they'd be using their phasers, which they weren't supposed to be able to do because phasers are actually slower than light. They're not lasers. They're supposed to be a phased array that shoots energized particles. It's like a particle weapon.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, so
but they're not the first one to commit that sin. That's happened to Next Generation and others.
Well, I don't think Next Generation ever fired phasers at warp, but we
DS9
know that
did. Yeah, I mean,
I I don't know. I don't know if they did it at Warp or not, but I know that Enterprise definitely did, and a lot of people.
They did it a lot with like you said, the cell ships around them. Yeah, that's true. I do remember those scenes. But it's like if you fire a gun from a fighter plane, right? Isn't it? I mean, you're already flying faster, and then. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the physics of that. You're right, because it's you think
Kirk wanted to fire phasers in the motion picture in the wormhole.
Yeah, in the wormhole. Yeah,
right.
Which was an interesting choice. So I mean,
And-
I know you could make something up. You could make something up that the cell ships were still within their warp field, so
right.
The phasers would work, and they were close enough. But yeah,
and then don't forget, guys. Don't forget, guys, in Star Trek Into Darkness, they had the Vengeance or whatever the name of that ship was that was firing photon torpedoes at him at warp. He was.
Well, you can fire torpedoes at you can fire torpedoes at warp. That in fact, that's what they're supposed to fire at warp. It's it's the energy weapon, the phasers that they're not supposed to fire at warp. Because technically it wouldn't work. It would be like if you're
bend backwards, like it would.
Well, okay. You ever see that? Okay, you ever watch a show called Community?
Yep, I did.
Okay. Well, I haven't, but I've seen it. But I've seen a clip of it because I like Alison Brie, and there's a scene where apparently Alison Brie's character is going to be part of a security team on the campus, but they're armed. They're not armed with a gun. They're armed with mace. And she starts. Hold on. And she starts. She's chasing somebody and firing the mace, but of course, because she's running forward, she's running into the mace, and she ends up macing herself. That's kind of what the phasers would be if you were trying to hit something in front of you at warp. It would be like, would the beam even leave the emitter? We don't know.
Well, Tokyo has an interesting theory. It says ships aren't moving in the warp field spaces, so phasers should work theoretically. They put the comments.
I kind of like.
Go ahead, John.
Kind of like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say they actually spelled this out in Prodigy of all places.
Really?
There was one ship pursuing another one at warp, and they said they couldn't use the phasers until they were close enough to merge their warp fields or something along that nature.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Didn't Voyager have that episode? Yeah, probably. Didn't Voyager have that episode where you couldn't turn left or right at warp? They said,
that's what the Tom Paris says.
But it's
first rule of warp.
Something with light, no left or right, or faster than light, no left or right. But that's so silly because you see the ships always gliding at warp, kind of turning left or turning right. It's like only in that one episode of Voyager did they make this rule: you can only fly straight.
You saw even Voyager change slipstreams.
Yeah,
in this one episode.
I mean, it's slipstream, but yeah, it's true.
Didn't they say now? I thought one of the things about transwarp was that you could actually change your warp speed while at warp, whereas somebody said that in the original series that, let's say the Enterprise is moving at warp 2, and they wanted to increase to, or decrease, they would have to actually drop out of warp and then go back into warp at the speed that he wants. And I thought, wow, that's kind of weird. I don't know that that's ever happened, but I never paid attention to that, I guess.
I don't recall that.
Yeah.
I don't either.
No.
I'm sure somebody knows. But yeah, changing course at warp. It's I think Data did it all the time.
Yeah, in the ship you'd see it, like the episode of The Wounded where they're chasing the Phoenix and the Phoenix kind of veers off to the right on the Next Generation. Like he didn't stop, leave a warp, turn right, then go back to a warp. They just kind of glided onto a new trajectory, So that was odd when that Voyager episode aired. I think it was just a mistake. I don't think it was.
It could be.
They didn't read the Bible on that one.
Yeah, Voyager was inconsistent on a lot of things, episode to episode and season to season.
And they had a ton of technobabble in that show too. I mean, just a gobs of it compared to the Next Generation, which had a lot. DS9 probably had the least, right? But oh my goodness, the technobabble in Voyager, everything. Every conference they were in, every scene on the bridge is more and more, which I didn't mind it. I mean, it was kind of cool, but
Well,
for them to make a mistake like that.
When we had lines like, "Oh, we escaped through a crack in the event horizon," I'm like, okay, whoever wrote that doesn't know what an event horizon is.
Looking through the ice, smack it, make a hole in it.
Yeah,
That was bad.
It's like we saw a rainbow and we went through it. It's like what? It's like
nobody understood what B'Elanna and Janeway were talking about. They were just rattling on nonsense. Yeah,
warp particles.
Warp particles.
Yeah. Or,
all the men are lost. Like, what are these women talking about? We don't even know what they're saying.
Yeah, but I don't blame necessarily that show, because I mean the Star Trek Paramount machine was in full swing at that point, and Berman and Braga talk about when Voyager ended, and they wanted a good 2 or 3 years to develop Enterprise, and they weren't given it. They're like, no, this show has to come out next year.
Right.
You have a year and a half, and they weren't. They keep referring to the machine was moving. We had to keep up with the machine.
Well, they kept saying they were tired too in those interviews. Like Brandon kept saying we were exhausted. We just did, all these years of TNG off and on, and then went to Voyager for all those. They're just shot. Their creativity is done. There's nothing left. In the tank. And
you not only had 3 ongoing series in that time, you also had 2 movie series going on in that time. Not at
that's
the same
true
time,
too.
But
they're overseeing that too.
Yeah. So it was just it was a lot, and then
hectic time.
Although watching Insurrection again, I actually liked it on this rewatch. I never really liked that movie too much, but it really the scenes that let it down are the ones on the planet. Everything but the planet scenes are fun to watch. Like the space scenes, the battles are fun. Like the planet stuff is boring.
It just doesn't feel like a movie. It
feels like a 2-hour
big episode.
Yeah.
It's a 2-hour episode of Star Trek.
Well, what
a good one though.
What didn't help was many of the things they showed us in Insurrection were things that we had already seen on the original on TNG in 2-part episodes and other episodes. I mean, the Vidians were the Baku, or no, what were the other ones?
Well, the duct line.
The Sona were very similar to the Vidians on Voyager. Yes, the duct blind. We saw the duct blind. We also saw
Who watches the Watchers.
Right. A hollow ship where they were going to move some people using a holodeck ship.
That was Worf's brother in that one, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, all these different concepts we'd already seen, and so if you were familiar with TNG, you were totally bored by this. And this happened, I think.
Mistake.
And Insurrection happened during the Dominion War.
Right. But they alluded to there was a throwaway line though.
It was a throwaway line, but look, the Enterprise E should have been doing shit in that war, and that would have been a great thing to. It was a missed opportunity for that kind of an episode or that kind of a story to be happening. It's like what the whole the whole Starfleet isn't at war. Enterprise is still doing the usual
I guess somebody has to
stuff.
though. I mean, but that's the strongest ship in the fleet. You wouldn't have it in the background, right? Yeah, it's like having the carrier, whatever, and during World War II, just sitting in Pearl Harbor or doing stuff around San Diego while while the battle's going on in the Pacific. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
You want your strongest ship out there.
People are dying over here and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Go to Cabo.
The TNG movies, First Contact also had this problem. I think First Contact and Nemesis had this problem, and that was they were presented to the fans as, okay, the next movie is going to be a Borg movie. Well, it wasn't just a Borg movie; it was also a time travel movie, and I think they shouldn't have done that. They should have had just leave the time travel out of it, and give us the Borg. The return of the Borg and all that, and don't put the time travel in there because that's almost too much, because then you're not going to get enough of one and not enough of the other as well. And they did that again with Nemesis. We were promised a Romulan movie. Well, there were no Romulans in that movie. It was all this new race called the Remans
The
that we'd never
Remans.
heard of. Yeah,
Right.
and the villain wasn't Romulan.
Clone.
He was a clone. So you had all this clone stuff. You had the stuff
Data's
before.
twin before
Yeah,
just
you had-
got picking up positronic.
we only saw Romulans in the first 5 minutes of the movie when the Senate got vacuum desiccated.
Yeah,
and then
in the Battle of the Basin Drift.
And I was gonna say there were 2 Romulan warbirds and with Captain Dinatra and 1, and that's it. Those were the only Romulans we saw, and so it wasn't a Romulan movie, and that's what upsets me most about the TNG films were that they told us we were gonna get this and then they didn't deliver because they kept trying to do more than that.
I think First Contact, though, I understood why they did it because it brought us to a time closer to us. Like, they spoke the vernacular. They didn't speak Star Trek. Zefram Cochrane and Lily, they spoke the way we speak, right? They didn't speak this advanced kind of way. It was relatable. It was funny. I understand why they did it. It actually raised the stakes, too, because all of humanity is at stake now, right? The whole planet.
The Borg are plenty, right? There are plenty of stakes with the Borg in their native, in Star Trek's native time. They didn't have to go back in time to increase the stakes. I mean, this is what was frustrating about this, because what I basically wanted was what was covered in the first 10 minutes. We got to see a really epic, space battle with the Cube versus the new Starfleet, with all the new ships like the Saber and the Akira and stuff.
The Akira and the
yeah.
Tough little ship.
It's like we should have seen. We should have had a movie with 2 big battles like that in it.
Mm-hmm.
One maybe 10-20 minutes in, and then another one climactic one, and then structure it like that, and make there have been plenty of Borg stories that never made it to movies that were in comics and in novels. I mean, I've said this before. Peter David's Vendetta book, which was
that's a good book. I read that a long time ago when that came out.
Yeah, that was fabulous.
It was like a double book, wasn't it? Like a double novel, and
it was a pretty big book.
Yeah, I remember reading that way back when.
It was the quote original sequel to Best of Both Worlds.
Before
the Borg Queen was introduced, and they tied in the Doomsday Machine.
It was after Hugh, though, wasn't it? It was after Hugh, or no? Was it?
I don't know. It wasn't after Hugh.
It was before Hugh. Okay.
Before Hugh, yeah.
Gotcha.
And so I mean, it was basically Starfleet versus the proper Borg again from Best of Both Worlds.
Yeah, that was a good book.
And they assimilated a Ferengi, and so all of a sudden the collective understands deception. And duplicity and all kinds of things. And the premise there was that the Borg didn't assimilate very often or much at all. Like the idea that with Picard they assimilated him, and that was like the first time they'd ever done it. And then Voyager sort of retroactively established that assimilation was what they did to everybody. And,
yeah.
So the premise of Vendetta was that it was very unusual that the Borg would feel the need to do that, but because the Alpha Quadrant was so had managed to thwart them twice, or at least once.
1.5 times, right? System J25, and then the other one.
And then what I also liked about Vendetta was they didn't just send 1 Borg cube; they sent 3 cubes. To the Alpha to do that, and you had to have I think one was destroyed by a warp bubble, like the one
Wesley's.
The warp bubble that Dr. Crusher was trapped in Remember Me, where it was shrinking, and the Borg figured out how to get out of it, but by the time they did, only like 10% of their ship was left. And another one was destroyed by the Doomsday Machine.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That's funny.
Another Doomsday Machine. I can't remember. I think the third one was destroyed by Starfleet, where you had 6 ships all firing the navigational deflector beam at different frequencies on one on each side, and it couldn't adapt to all 6 beams at the same time, and so they destroyed it that way. I think that's what they did. It's been a long time since I read that.
A
book.
lot of
That I
those
don't
books were
remember.
good, but a lot of them were trash too. Those books
Yeah.
that back then, those
Yeah.
novels. I mean, some of them were really
Yeah.
good. Some of them were just not good at all.
They were for
But they were still
people
fun
who
to read.
Yeah, they were for people who wanted more Star Trek in the off season between seasons. You know, so that's what
Exactly. Exactly. And they were interesting. I remember the one with the Imzadi, is what it was, or Riker and Troy, right? That was a hardcover. I remember I had that one.
That was a good book.
Right?
Yeah, that told the conjectural backstory of their relationship.
Yes.
Yeah. And one I liked was Q-in-Law, where it was the nightmare of having both Loxana Troy and Q on the ship at the same time. You know, which
that was funny.
There was one called Imbalance. That was the one with the Harada. That was a really good one. I remember that one. Because they mentioned the Harada. Yeah, they mentioned the Harada in the episode. Well, you know, when Picard did his insect language speak on the bridge while wearing his Dixon Hill. And this kind of picked up that species because we never heard about them again. The Harada just disappeared. It was never ever mentioned again. But the book picked it up a bit. He went to their home planet.
The Deep Space Nine books, I never got into them after the Deep Space Nine show ended, but I did think, I remember trying to read the first one, and it was interesting because, you know, a lot of the Starfleet characters were gone now. Bashir and Ezri were still there. But one of the more interesting things that they said, you know, after, you know, Worf left and all that, the Dominion actually was allowed to have a security, their own presence on the station limited. So they actually had a Jeopnerdy security officer. He wasn't in charge of security, but he was handpicked by Odo and sent into the Alpha Quadrant to do that. And it was kind of interesting because he was only like 4 years old, and he obviously needed the Ketracel White. But he was told that you're going to be doing more observing than fighting over here, and that was, and you know, it was interesting because they went into the Jem'Hadar nature and how artificial it was, and you know, could they be something more than what they were originally designed to be. That was an interesting idea, but the books, I mean, they did some whack stuff with the books. Eventually, they blew up the station and then built another one.
Right.
In its place that looks incredibly stupid.
It looked like a Starfleet base, and they melded on like the Cardassian stuff, right? And,
it's like they basically, if you can imagine this, that you know how the pylons sort of form a sphere. You know, they connected the pylons. Into an actual sphere. So, but you understand that the large ships are supposed to dock at the ends of those spires.
Right.
So if you connect them all, where are they going to dock? You know, it's
That's
just,
true.
You know, it was so stupid. Yeah.
I guess I like the novels that don't affect the storyline. They're just independent episodes, right? That don't affect blowing up Deep Space Nine's a big thing, and I wouldn't like that. I like just little independent stories in the novels.
Peter
that
David
don't affect anything. Yeah.
Peter David wrote a book called The Captain's Daughter that I was fascinated with, where it was a book that about Captain Sulu having to rescue his daughter, who, you know, the helmsman on the Enterprise B, and so you have the Excelsior and the Enterprise B on a joint mission, but then they kept flashing back to Sulu right when the original series would have ended, and he was on leave to go have an adventure somewhere, and he meets a woman, a princess somewhere, and they have a night of, you know, passion or whatever, and then that's where Demora came from. And of course, this was the original premise for Sulu, not what we have now in JJ verse.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's a little different, but it was an interesting story because it kept flashing back to, you know, essentially the conception of Demora. But the most interesting thing to me about that whole that whole book was young Chekhov and young Sulu after they finished the 5-year mission. You know, we're basically after season 3 of the original series, and Chekhov just wants to go home and see his family, and Sulu's like, no, I'm gonna go to Raisa or wherever he was gonna go to, and Chekhov's like, well, don't you want to go home and see your family? And he goes, well, what am I supposed to tell them if I tell them that we found a couple of different planets out there that are exact duplicates of Earth, and that the ship was held in place once by a giant blue hand? They're going to say I'm crazy, I'm making all this stuff up. And it was an interesting piece of dialogue because we never really get to know what it's like to be a civilian just living on Earth in the Star Trek universe. The closest thing we got to that was Ben Sisko's dad, at the restaurant. And the idea that civilians wouldn't believe the stories that come from Starfleet was very plausible to me.
I like that episode of Voyager where Kim got sent back. Was it non sequitur?
I'm not familiar with a lot of Voyager. Go ahead.
And yeah, it was an alternate timeline, I guess, in season 1 of Voyager, and he was back on Earth. It shows their life living in San Francisco, and he goes to his coffee shop every day.
Oh, okay.
But that was pretty cool, actually. Even though it didn't exist. It was an alternate timeline with him living with Libby.
I mean, there was that episode where Picard came home and was actually... Oh yeah, it was the episode where he came home after his Borg abduction, and he was considering leaving Starfleet to work on this project to raise a continent in the Atlantic Ocean. And of course they left that idea alone, and I'm like, well, did they ever succeed with that? I mean, we could you might be able to get some mileage out of that. You show Earth and it's got this new continent where right in the middle of the Atlantic or the Pacific or wherever it was, and that could be an interesting thing. Or you have a new crewman who grew up on this new continent that on Earth that was just created or something. Something like that. John, you don't let me keep you from shutting this thing down if you need to.
No, it's fine.
Seems like every time I come on, I make you go longer than you want.
We typically go 3.5, 4 hours, so we're only at the 3-hour mark now.
Gotcha.
You're fine.
But for me, it's gonna be the end. 6 a.m. here, so need to get some sleep.
Wow. Nice.
Very late for you.
Oh well.
Or very early.
Very early. But good to know that Questions Track is a little later tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have to start later at 2 p.m. Eastern time for a Question of Trek.
Last week, the rest of the family was a little bit annoyed with me.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, because normally your time is on 5 p.m. here. So, what are we going to eat? Well, I'm going on the live stream. Bye. Oh well, wasn't a problem. Looking forward to see who is the contestants tomorrow on your show.
I have no idea.
Nope.
I usually don't at this time.
Funny. But it was a great show, great stream. And looking forward to next week, of course. So.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions, John, and Professor, for the scorekeeping.
My pleasure.
And have a nice night, everybody.
Have a good night.
Thanks for joining us, Patrick.
Thanks. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
And it got quiet.
No.
John, you haven't said very much. Do you have anything that you want to bring up?
No, I just basically been listening to the conversation. We were talking about Peter David, and one of his books I really enjoyed was Q Squared. I
reread that every once in a while. So
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
enjoyable.
That's a good
the one
book.
with Trelane in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Where Trelane was actually driving Q nuts. There was a script that they were going to potentially. I think there was one season where Q didn't show up, and it was supposed to be that season, and it was a situation where the Enterprise was going to be hosting some very sensitive negotiations, and the people that were doing the negotiating hated the Klingons with a passion. So obviously, for this situation, Worf was basically going to be restricted to quarters or the holodeck or whatever. Well, Q comes on board and decides this would be a great time to transform every person on the ship into a Klingon. and so the reason why they didn't do it was because the makeup budget for having not only all the main, including Data, becoming doing Klingon makeup, they just didn't have it then. Later in Deep Space Nine, they could do something like this with that episode where everybody was in makeup as Klingons, right? They surgically altered Klingon. But you had Troy, now having to try to be a counselor, but she wants to eat raw meat and screw everything that she sees and stuff like that. And Riker's basically the same guy, and here it was Worf that had to try to teach the senior staff how to control this new hormonal imbalance that they were all experiencing as Klingons. And it never made it to the show, but they did DC Comics did use it as, I think, a Star Trek: The Next Generation comic book annual one year, and I've been trying to hunt that down because I think that was fun.
It's a fun idea. I don't know how successful it would have worked as an episode, though.
Yeah, it would have been more funny than anything else. And,
I would prefer a musical episode. I'm just saying.
Omnicast
makes one of us.
Remember, I have that itchy finger.
Yes, I know. I know about your itchy finger. I know what you can do with it.
When I finally did break down and watch Subspace Rhapsody, the best part of that episode to me is the stinger before the credits.
Yeah,
and immediately after that because that was the shock value of all of a sudden Spock singing and everybody sort of being aware that they're singing and they're not supposed to be, and I did like that. But my problem with it was that if this show had been the first ever television show to ever try something like this, it would have been, I would have said, kudos to you for trying, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is, I think, the first Star Trek show that we've ever done that has ever been done. But it just, I didn't like it because it's like, okay, now Star Trek is trying to be like other shows and not Star Trek. It's like this would be like, they used to have different types of shows that every show would do, like an amnesia show, right, where the main character forgets who he is or something.
The elevator show. They had the
elevator show.
Stuck in the elevator, right?
Yeah, the evil twin show.
Evil twin, yeah. The usual tropes. Yes.
The usual tropes, and I think the musical episode has become a trope, and so Star Trek doing a trope show. I mean, is it as bad as a clip show? No, but is
God, shades of
That's
gray,
debatable.
Right?
Yeah. The thing I do notice though is that the cast members of previous Star Trek shows like Enterprise and Voyager, they looked at what Strange New Worlds got to do, and they're like, "Oh, I would have loved to have done that."
Because they get to stretch their legs. They're not just doing the same thing, acting legs. Speaking metaphorically, right? I mean, they get they get in their quote unquote spacesuits every day. They recite all this dialogue. They get tired of it after all those years. This is something different. It's exciting. They can show off a different skill. A lot of them, they sang their own notes, it sounds like, right? A lot of them did. I mean, who knows how much it was auto-tuned out, but...
Brent Spiner had released a couple of albums while TNG was on, Old
Oh, really?
Yellow Eyes is Back is one of his albums, and
Yeah.
backup vocals were done by Michael Dorn and Patrick Stewart, and during
Not exactly
the blooper
platinum.
reels,
Yeah.
during the blooper reels, they would often do little musical numbers as a joke on the bridge set, and things like that. So they a lot of those people are song and dance people anyway.
Oh, at the
So-
conventions, doesn't Max Grodenchek and what is it, Casey Biggs, right? Don't they have a whole musical number they do on stage?
I think they do. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
where they wear the tuxedos, they do a whole song and a whole number. They do a whole like a nightclub number.
The guys who had to be in makeup all the time.
Yeah, Casey Biggs, Max Grodenchek, Playboy Yoon, Jeffrey Combs, right? The three of them. They do like a whole musical number. Yeah.
Yeah.
Armin.
And that's great. It's funny because you look at those actors. Well, in particular, Max Grodenchek, right?
Yeah.
And Armin Shimmer. Without shows like Star Trek, those guys wouldn't have work.
They would do guest stars, character actor stuff. Like they were on.
They do character actor stuff, but the thing is that they got to play. I mean, Deep Space Nine didn't just have their core actors; they had this expansive regular guest star stuff. I mean,
that's true.
Mark Alamo, when he was interviewed in one of the first, I think for the DVD release of the show, and he was interviewed and he talked about how I've been on almost every television show there is. I would come on. I was the heavyweight. I would come on. I would play one character, and then when that character got arrested at the end or got killed at the end, that was it. That was my experience on that show, and I would move on to another show and do much the same thing. This was he says Deep Space Nine was the first show where I was asked to come back. Again and again, and he says I actually got to develop a character in this show, and you could tell he's just beaming. He's like grinning. He's got this Machiavellian glint in his eye, and you could tell he really relishes what he got to do on Deep Space Nine. And
he does. You could tell in the way he acts too. He's enjoying it when he's on screen, right? Yeah, he's definitely. Yeah. I think Andrew Robinson too. I think he enjoyed his role very much so on that show. Like it's good.
Yeah, Mark Alamo. He never got to do that. He never got to be a series regular.
Right.
But that was the closest thing he got, he got to play what a lot of people consider the greatest Star Trek villain of all time.
I would concur with that. He's definitely up there. Yeah, he's definitely up there, and he gets to go to the conventions where he did and maybe still does. Sign some autographs, have some fun singing with the guys up there. Like I said.
There is an implication though that I get worried about once in a while, where when Nana Visitor is being interviewed and she's got Dax actresses with her, where she was told that your character is going to fall in love with Mark Alamo. She said Mark Alamo, and then she all of a sudden caught herself and said Ducat.
That was on the documentary, the DS9 documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the implication was that maybe she didn't get along with him very well, or that they didn't like him.
I thought he was attracted to her, and it wasn't reciprocated. That's what it felt like to me after watching that in real life.
He was probably just really into the part,
Could be. Yeah. No, it's
Hold
good.
on. I gotta mute myself for a second.
Yeah, we've had so many good guest stars, though. I mean, John could probably go through that and probably has before as a category, but so many good guest stars on Star Trek.
Just gave him an idea.
Yeah, I mean, you do it. Obviously, you do it with the crossover stuff, but just so many good. The quality of those actors are really, really good. Generally, the actors.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Rosalind Chow, right?
Right, Keiko.
Keiko. I mean, she got to be an annoying. She was kind of a military man's wife, right? And and there was all the whole stereotype about American sailors always marrying Japanese women and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Especially after World War II.
Yeah.
But they they didn't go into that too much, but they made her into a nag, but then later she would not be a nag. She clearly had moods, and the O'Briens were often referred to on Deep Space Nine as the battling O'Briens because you could hear them arguing out in the hallway.
Yeah.
Which they never seemed to do on the Enterprise, but the Enterprise was a cleaner.
I guess they were newlyweds.
Environment.
Yeah, right. They were in a better environment. This created some conflict, which again is nice for writers. They love conflict. Yeah. That's something.
And she had her job on the Enterprise.
That's true.
She went to Deep Space Nine, and she didn't know what to do initially.
They didn't need a botanist, and she became the school teacher, and then they closed down the school because of the Dominion War, and then she ended up. They made an arrangement where she got to go on, botanical expeditions into the Gamma Quadrant, and O'Brien had to let it happen because otherwise he was going to lose his marriage. And it sort of shows the sacrifices sometimes that couples have to make, especially when there's an organization like Starfleet or the Navy involved. Yeah, and then when Worf came to Deep Space Nine, you would think that he'd be able to adapt rather easily, but he did not like the lack of decorum on the station. And when like for example, when he found that guy in the ceiling who had been in his quarters and stole some things, and he drags him to Odo's office, and that's the first time. Right. It's the only time I think we've ever heard Worf call anybody a patak before. And he also has a few things to say about Odo about security, and Odo is prepared with a pad that has a list of all the security infractions that happen in Enterprise D.
And they were real, like they were ones from previous episodes, right? They were Ferengi privateers could commandeer the Enterprise, and right, that's it.
Rasmussen and all that stuff, and Worf had to eat crow all of a sudden, and then
Odo had that pad ready to go, like he had it right on his desk, right, waiting for Worf to come in and bitch.
Yeah. Odo was also very diplomatic, though. He goes, "I understand that these are the exceptions and not the norm, but if it was this hard to maintain security on the Enterprise, imagine
on the Federation flagship, right? Yeah,
on an open port like this one." And that's when Worf kind of, but then Worf, he lived on the Defiant for a while.
Yeah, that was a cool story too.
He could not live on the station. He had to be around Federation technology. He'd gotten so used to it, and the Defiant, of course, being what it was, right up his alley. He didn't mind sleeping in a room that had bunk beds in it,
peace and quiet.
He would take his meals in the we would call in the crew's mess on a real ship,
and listen to opera on the bridge. That's empty.
Listen to opera on the bridge, and
sitting in the captain's chair. Yeah,
the harmonics. Yeah, I mean, and then it was Dax when they got married that he obviously had to move back onto the station. But that was an interesting little thing for him to do. I found that fascinating. That's the kind of thing I would imagine, like if Data had gone to Deep Space Nine instead of Worf. That's the kind of thing I would have expected Data to do. Just because you gotta figure the computers on the Defiant, even though they're limited in what they can do, are probably faster than the ones on Deep Space Nine. I mean, there was a they made a point of doing this in the pilot. They said that this analysis we're going to do is going to take 16 hours for the computer to do it. It's not as fast as the Enterprise's computers.
Right.
And then when you had a TNG episode where I think it was the first one where the Enterprise is at Deep Space Nine and Bashir sneaks on board the Enterprise because he wants to use the Enterprise's medical computers to do an analysis that would it's only going to take him 10 minutes on the Enterprise, but it would take him a couple of days on the station, and that's when Data catches him and they have this little getting to know you thing. But I thought that was interesting where yes, the computers on Space Nine are better than ones we have in real life, but they're not as good as the stuff that that Starfleet has.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Even the runabouts probably had stronger computers than what was on on the station. That's true.
Yeah, you could imagine Worf sleeping on a runabout. You
I could see
laugh,
that.
but you could see that, if there was no Defiant there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that the limitations. I mean, O'Brien had this problem, I think, in the first 2 seasons where the station's computer and him were always at odds.
Right.
And he didn't like the way Cardassians wrote their software, where he would tell the computer to do something and the computer would respond with "that is not recommended," and he's like, "You do this, you don't tell me that it's not recommended," But that was how the
pilot
Cardassians did everything, yeah.
Through season 1, they played with that a lot. That's true, and even in season 2, season 3, they did play with that theory, that concept a lot, where the computer was outmoded, outdated, argumentative. But he got it under control, I guess, in later seasons, or they just abandoned that, that storyline one way or the other. It wasn't that big of an issue anymore. The war was more important than the computer speed of DS9. Like, it wasn't interesting to talk about anymore.
We assume, though, that gradually over the years, Deep Space Nine, just like they got the upgraded weapons, that they probably got overhauls in there, especially after Cisco 197, the program that disabled all the computers in the station. When the Federation came back and retook Deep Space Nine, they probably got that stuff working again.
That's true.
Probably up to spec for their stuff. But yeah, it was.
Do you watch Babylon 5, Darren?
No, nope.
No, it's a good time now. The Blu-rays are out. It's a good time, first time ever. They just released them.
So they remastered them in high definition.
They remastered them from the original film negatives, or the original film negative master, right? So the graphics aren't redone, but the dialogue scenes are pretty much upscaled beautifully. And
I remember when that show came out, they prided themselves on having, I think, all digital effects at that point.
They did them on the video toaster on the Amiga back then. That's what they actually did all the graphics on that show on the Amiga.
And I thought they looked terrible back then. So I can only imagine what I'll think today. But people keep saying that it's its own thing, that there's a lot of similarities between it and Deep Space Nine. I'm not going to get into that, but I understand. I mean, Harlan Ellison was one of the co-creators of it.
He was a conceptual consultant on the show.
Yeah.
And yes, he did write, I guess, one pretty good important episode for Star Trek, right?
He did.
Sitting on the edge. We're sitting on the river, as Shatner calls it. But
if you talked to him before he died, he would tell you that no, he didn't write that.
Because I think the version that made it to the screen, was modified.
Yeah.
It was so much from the original.
It was changed.
That whole story about him trying to write that script and Roddenberry locking him in the office and him having to escape out the window, and stuff is the stuff of legend. And he went to his house, obviously, and then they actually sent William Shatner to his house to try to talk him into coming back to write, finish writing it. And here's William Shatner, trying to schmooze Harlan Ellison, and he asked to see the script, and Harlan realized as he's looking at Shatner, who's thumbing through the script, Shatner's counting lines. He wants to make sure that he has more lines than anybody else, and he kicked Shatner out of his house when he discovered him doing that. That's the kind of cantankerous guy that Harlan was.
Yeah. It turned out okay. No, I like the episode.
I got to speak with Harlan twice before he
died. Did you?
And so I have I didn't know him. I'm not his friend. He's not my friend. But I did get to speak with him. And the first phone call, he was chewing me out for about an hour, and then the second phone call was all accolades, and it was the polar opposite of the first call, and it was a bunch of attaboy stuff. So I got to see the two extremes of Harlan Ellison, and I tell you, most stories I hear about him, I can totally see him doing that.
What else did he work on? Wasn't he involved in Terminator?
Okay,
to a certain extent.
So there's a couple of things. All right. So first, Terminator, right? No, he wasn't directly. Okay. This is what happened. James Cameron was interviewed by Starlog, and he flat out admitted, yeah, for this movie, I'm ripping off 2 Harlan Ellison
short stories or something. Were they
episodes of the Outer Limits?
the Outer
The
Limits?
two-
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there was an Outer Limits episode made from one of Harlan's short stories called Soldier of the Future, which is actually a pretty good story. And the
We
episode
control the
isn't bad
vertical.
either.
We control the horizontal. Okay.
Yeah, and then the second episode that was involved was called Demon with a Glass Hand, and so Cameron admitted in an interview with Starlog that he had basically ripped off 2 Harlan Ellison short stories, and Harlan Ellison went after him. And there's more to the story, but I'll be I'm using brevity. And yeah, so Harlan basically they settled out of court with Harlan, and Harlan basically got a pittance. He got but the big thing was they had on every print of the on the very print on every print of that movie going forward to the end of time, it must say the makers of this film wish to acknowledge the works of Harlan Ellison before the credits roll, and what happened when it went to DVD, and they did a remaster of the from the original film negative, that wasn't on there, and Harlan went after him again, and it was such a he was such a a fighting soul. The other thing that he did that so after the situation with City on Edge of Forever, where he could not get them to take his name off the episode as writer because of all the changes he made, he had an identity, a special pen name he would use to communicate to his audience that if you see this name, it means that I was involved, but I didn't agree with the changes made, and I didn't want my name associated. That name was Cordwainer Bird. The joke is that he's giving you the bird. That was the idea. So he was hired.
Yes.
He was hired to do a show called The Star Lost, which was a joint Canadian-British production. And the reason why he came on board was because they were going to be using this new Douglas Trumbull. It was called Magicam. Okay. And the idea was that you could have 2 synchronized cameras filming actors on one stage, and then synchronized with a model on the other stage, a tiny model that you could make. So you could basically create miniature environments and put actors in, and it was a special sort of technique that was different than green screen or blue screen. And he was sold on this, but then when they started production of the show, they couldn't make Magicam work, and they ended up having to just use standard green screen, blue screen effects, which were terrible. And then all of a sudden the show was going to film on videotape to save money instead of film, so that made it look cheap, And so Harlan said, "Okay, I'm Cordwainer Bird now, and The Star Lost was an interesting concept, though. It was about the main character was this sort of Amish character who seemed to be living on Earth, but then he realized that he was actually in a colossal dome that was part of a spaceship that was traveling through space, and there were other domes on the ship, other environmental domes, and so he was, he found the back rooms, so to speak, of the ship, and would go to different biodomes and meet people and stuff like that. It was if you can imagine, it kind of reminded me a little bit of that Orville episode where they found that massive ship that had a domed continent in it, and it was like that, only there were multiple domes. And so you have the horror, basically the cosmic horror of this Amish guy essentially finding a corridor in a mountain that was if you're familiar with the back rooms concept, it's like that. So it was basically the back rooms before the back rooms. Star Lost, interesting idea, poor execution. Lasted 1 season, and that was it. there was some good ideas there.
Interesting.
Then there was a time when Marvel Comics writer Bill Mantlo, he was the guy who created Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, yeah.
From he totally plagiarized Harlan Ellison's story. In fact, it was Soldiers of the Future. He actually had the Hulk encounter Quarlo Klebregny, the main character of that short story, and Marvel editor Jim Shooter didn't know anything about the Harlan Ellison short story. He thought that this story was excellent, the story that Bill Mantlo had come up with. And the day it printed and came out, he got calls from other writers going, "Are you nuts? You just ripped Harlan Ellison off." And then, sure enough, by the time it was 8 a.m. California time, he gets a call in his office from Harlan Ellison. He was hopping mad. You ripped me off.
Seems to be his normal way of operating.
Yeah. Well, honestly, people do try to rip him off all the time throughout his entire career. There's a reason why he feels the need to act the way he does, because people have gone after him, tried to screw him for many years, and he won't let it happen. And Jim Shooter's story is that he let Harlan talk for about 45 minutes, and then when he was finally out of gas, he waited for a reply from Shooter, and he goes, "Yes, I understand that this happened. How can we make it right?" And when Harlan realized that Marvel Comics was not going to fight him on this, he demanded some rather reasonable demands. He said, "I want it a correction printed in the next available issue of the Hulk that says that story was written by me. I want to get paid whatever Bill Mantlo got paid for that script, and I want a lifetime subscription to everything Marvel Comics publishes now to the day I die." And that last one is interesting to me, because I wonder if when Marvel changed hands, because Marvel was owned by Cadence Corporation back then, I wonder, because and then later it was New World, then it was Toy Biz, and then it was obviously Disney. I wonder if he still got that subscription, to everything they published, even after it changed hands. I would be very surprised if they didn't, because I think Marvel stopped offering subscriptions to their books somewhere in the early 90s. They got rid of the entire subscription arm of their operation because they were going to be exclusively sold at comic book shops at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you get a chance, I think you'd like Babylon 5. It seems like you like these classic sci-fi television shows, and it's written so well. J. Michael Straczynski is the showrunner, and he wrote probably 70% of the episodes, give or take. Just excellent, right? Excellent show, and I'm really appreciating it high def. I'm savoring it. I don't want to rush through
beautiful transfer. Yeah, beautiful.
So it's never been this clear, right? Season 1 especially always was so fuzzy. Like I had a fuzzy look about it on the original, DVDs, and even before that, just airing on television. But it just looks so good and so fresh that I'm really enjoying this. And I didn't get this kind of feeling though from the HBO Max. They look good, but they didn't look this good. They did something different here. I don't know if it's the same thing or maybe the way they compressed it when HBO Max released the quote-unquote remastered B5.
Yeah, anytime you stream, you're going to get more compression. The picture's not going to look as good.
It just, this is good. And so many good episodes in season 1. And just, it gets so much better too, but just there's so many good little independent standalone episodes, Deathwalker and Soul Hunter and, the one with Ironheart, just good stuff, Signs and Portents.
Not too many spoilers. I think John wants to see the show.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen it either.
I'm waiting
Now
for
it's
somebody
done.
to watch it, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
You waiting for? You mean the DVDs? You need to borrow them? I mean, that's not a problem. We can
That's
figure
not what I
something out.
mean.
Oh,
Somebody has long ago promised that he would do a watch-alongs, but it's been a while now, and we're still waiting.
oh, someone
Yeah.
passed. Yeah.
Did you pass? Or are you passing?
Who's Michael Pillar? Pass.
Oh yeah, Michael Pillar. Yeah, I remember him. Oh my goodness.
John, did you get it? Pass. I said pass.
Mikey, are you there?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there you go. Mikey.
Mikey.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. I was going to tell him, but everyone was talking at the time. I'm like, he gives us enjoyment when he's on the show, and even when he's not on the show, we're still having fun with him. With him, and in a nice way, in a respectful way.
Yeah, when he's not on the show, you still get his pass.
It just shows up later.
2 weeks later, pass.
Pass.
John, where did that come from? He's not even here.
Hello?
He came here 6 weeks ago. The internet connection blinked out.
Admiral Mendick? What? Pass.
Pass.
Poor guy. I wish we could get him better internet, but
But then we'd lose the
what
fun.
do you do?
I mean, yeah, I know. That's it. He knows his Trek, though. He does. I mean,
he knows a fair amount.
Yeah, yeah.
I knew right away he was toast. I'm like, oh crap. Well, let me see if I can get my StreamYard to work.
And that was good. That was good. That was good of you.
And he'll do his own streams with a restream, and he does a lot better with that than StreamYard.
You mentioned that.
It's
different
like
routing or something. That must be a little bit
it's
better.
like 10 times better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as good as we're doing right now on StreamYard, but it's close.
Alrighty. Well, I do have to take off. Thanks for having me.
Oh, Darren, I'm sorry I came in too late, man. How you doing?
You're fine.
We appreciate you coming on, Darren.
Yeah, thank you.
Good seeing you, man.
You always have fascinating discussion.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, you're too kind.
I'll watch your video too.
No.
Check it out.
I'm in straight up with you. I always enjoy your conversation.
Thanks. Thank you very much. John and Sex and Omnicast and Tokyo.
Yes.
Thank you for all that. I wish you have a good rest of your night.
Have a good night.
Thanks,
You
Darren.
too. Take care.
Good night, Darren.
All right.
Yeah, right here at the tail end of this thing.
Yeah. You were just in and out all night, right? You were in, you were out, in, you were out. This is good. It's good having you, man.
Oh,
Despite
I had
your computer problems that you're having.
Yeah, I'm currently operating on 2 different computers right now. The one I'm using for this is a MacBook Air from 2013.
Sounds fine.
Yeah, sound good.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, I'm not trying the video on it. I remember my first time playing Jeopnerdy on Salty Stream way back in the day. I used this very computer. And
wow.
I was Mikey.
That was you.
Yeah,
I don't recall that.
John. Yeah, John probably remembers my very first game. Pass. That was me.
That was you.
That was me.
I mean, you are on the other side of the world, technically, right?
Yeah.
So you can expect some kind of delay, but
I was thinking of trying a buzzers game at some point.
There's so much lag with everybody. I don't know how that would work. We'd be frustrated, right? I mean,
with certain people, you couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, and a lot of the people that play with the
Mikey
buzzers,
would
they
be
don't respect
impossible.
No, he'd be buzzing in for 3 questions before. I mean, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
You'd be reading the middle of a question and you get a buzz from 2 questions before.
Khan, who's Khan?
Oh, you
Mikey,
got past
this
that
is
one?
final. Mikey, this is already final Jeopnerdy.
Okay.
Khan, can you hear me, Khan?
And welcome, Planet X. And yes, that was Darren that you may see on Salty's channel.
Greetings.
Hello, Planet X.
Welcome. Welcome to the festivities.
Your avatar. They have a problem with your generic avatar. Aravik has a problem. Yeah.
Well, my actual avatars are logged on my account, and I'm not logged into my account on StreamYard.
Okay.
I'm using the default account, so there is no peak. There is no poop GT or TG poop logo this time around.
That's it.
I'm not sure if there's going to be one next week either, because I gotta wait till January to get a new computer.
Yes, that is my favorite Borg. I like him. Why is Omni's favorite Borg the one who assimilated Picard? I guess that's him. He beamed on the bridge of the Enterprise, right? Just stood there and moved his arm a little bit. He didn't do too much.
Wasn't that the Borg that got shot?
He did get
that's
shot.
the one Worf shot.
Did Worf shoot him? Yeah, Worf shot him.
He went down, so he didn't assimilate Picard.
No. The girl, actually, a female got him on, didn't it? Female got beamed behind him and hit him in the neck or something?
I seem to remember the Borg not having, he or she was bare-armed.
I thought it was a woman. I thought it was a female Borg because she was smaller. And you're right, there was nothing on the arm, and she kind of knocked him out. She did something to Picard's neck, and he went, and
they didn't know what assimilation looked like back then. He's just
well, no, he was still talking on the ship, though. He wasn't. I think they just knocked him out, right? They were just kind of
I think
they stunned him. They stunned him, I guess is the word, right? Yeah, they did something to his neck. And
next time you saw him getting assimilated with a tear rolling down his eye.
Well, he had to argue with the collective for a minute, right? You know, he does a little speech in front of the ship, right? He did his, "I'll resist you with my last ounce of strength." Yeah,
and he failed.
He did.
Yeah,
I like this Borg. He just stood there and raised his arm, and that's all he did. He just, and got shot, like you said.
I think, they didn't have the nanoprobes back then, but the Borg did. It wasn't in dialogue. I think the nanoprobes were introduced in Descent.
No, I think it was more around the First Contact, because back then it was more of a mechanical process. It wasn't the nanoprobe thing. There was no injection tubules until First Contact. That's where that whole thing started.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like to be assimilated before First Contact, you had to basically be knocked out, and they just implant your body with a whole bunch of shit.
That's true.
It wasn't this biological thing going on. Like even Beverly said, it's just a matter of surgery, and I can remove all the implants. Like it wasn't
deep.
Yeah.
But if you believe that Star Trek Picard was canon, she did a very bad job.
Yeah, that was weird. I know.
Aramonic syndrome was because the Borg, and she couldn't remove everything, and he still died.
That is interesting, though. They did kind of call back to that. I mean, that he did have some mess. The Borg screwed up his brain. I mean, that is interesting. But the whole transporter clone thing, or whatever they did with these youngsters, I don't know. That was a little bit far fetched. But
we got a angry bunny in the chat.
What's wrong?
There's a rabbit bunny here.
Back from studying Gettysburg, Professor?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, let me clarify. I was asking Professor Bunny if he was back from studying at Gettysburg.
Oh,
Gettysburg.
Gettysburg.
Self-professed expert on that subject. Especially its role in World War II.
The famous Battle of the Alamo from World War II.
Oh, World War II? Oh, I got you. Okay.
Not only was the Alamo a famous aerial battle, apparently there was a U-boat attack at Gettysburg.
Yes.
Did it launch cruise missiles? I mean, it's pretty far away from the river and from the ocean. Okay.
Wait, wasn't there a submarine battle in Riverside, Iowa?
You have to ask our expert on that subject.
Captain Kirk from Iowa. Yeah.
I'm going to invade this. And say,
I want to know,
Cinnabon,
why you neglect to say how the Allies were aided by the dinosaurs.
Oh.
Well, MacArthur did ride into the negotiations with the Japanese on the back of a velociraptor. I mean,
he did, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
Talk about alternate history, huh?
Yeah. And Hitler was gunned down by some dude on a T-Rex.
Yeah, there you go.
I keep asking him from which multiverse.
He says, "I won't be mocked. Don't be silly."
He won't be Kuvamacht.
Kuvamach.
You will know me before I know the world.
Did Ronald D. Moore write that one? It's not a bad episode. I mean, it's okay.
That was a great episode, actually.
Yeah. The Narette. It's got me. I like that actor that played that Klingon. He played the captain of the Talarian ship. Remember that Suddenly Human? The episode of TNG. He was the same guy who played one of the Klingons on that episode. It was actually pretty good. But I can't get his name off the top of my head. Not like Richard Thomas Hurd. That's
we're not going to go.
Yeah.
Save that for Discord.
Yeah. Dinosaurs and Trek. The Hadrosaurs. That was Distant Origin.
Yeah, I like Distant Origin. As boring as it was, I liked it.
It's not canon. Did she say it was not canon? What did she say? Oh no, Doctrine. Doctrine. That's what it was.
It's not canon.
Not dead. Not
the damn non-doctrine theory.
This is heresy.
Well, I can't believe that you actually think that we're from Earth. I mean, come on now.
How is it a problem? How is that a problem? I don't get it. Like, all right? So you started on one planet. You ended up in the Delta Quadrant. You obviously turned into a little bit of an empire out there. You have a lot of technology. Like, what's the problem? So what? You know.
Chakotay had a good argument. Well, the writers made Chakotay have a good argument. I mean,
yeah.
We were always from here. You're guilty of heresy.
Oh yeah, she was nasty. Doctrine. Yeah.
You recant your statement.
Yeah. What's the other one? Living Witness. Remember that one with where the Doctor is 800 years in the future, the warship Voyager, and all that.
Yeah, that's the one with the Sona Skin Lab as the museum.
Yes, exactly. It's the same set, right? It's got to be.
It's a Skin Lab.
All right. Speaking of reused sets, because I was watching Insurrection yesterday, they used the bridge of the Sona ship on Enterprise on the last episode. Actually, in a lot of episodes of Enterprise. But did you see that?
Yeah. Speaking of
those octagon windows,
sets, I went back and rewatched the 2 Jeopnerdy episodes that I wrote, and
okay,
oddly enough, that was one of the questions.
Was it?
Yes.
What the sets that they used? Those.
Yes. Yeah. And right before the game, Mr. President was about to play, and then Ryu Sets comes up. He goes, "Oh, I gotta bow out. I can't play this game."
He does not like behind the scenes stuff.
He covers his ears. He doesn't like that stuff. That's true. I mean, I find it interesting. I'm not trying to take anybody out of it, but
go back real quick. I'll give you those week numbers. John's got them all in in a playlist.
Okay, Cinnabon, I don't know what I did.
I won't be mocked like that. I'm a history scholar.
Well, we were just expressing your theories about World War II. I'm not sure how we're mocking you.
Well, it's his last statement.
And Omni, it's week 31 and 33. The game.
Let me write this down. 31 and 33 on Jeopnerdy. Okay.
Yep.
You wrote those?
Yes, I did.
So week 31 through 33, or just 31 and 33?
31 and 33.
So 31 and 33. Okay, I'll go back and check those out. How many questions? Was it 25? Was it 50 questions?
Oh, I did all 6 games in common.
It's 25 per board plus the final Jeopnerdy.
So 78.
Yeah.
78 questions.
78 per week. And it helps that, you have categories, so you can get questions from, similar material.
And I've watched the earlier episodes before I joined. Like, I know some of the stuff is recycled a bit, because I don't know how you can come up with 75 unique questions every week, John. And I respect how you do it, because it's not easy.
I'm sure there's questions I've asked multiple times in slightly different forms.
It's slightly different, right? Yeah. It's not exactly the same. It's worded a little bit differently and things like that. So,
but that's some people never learn.
It's
get it wrong still.
They still get it wrong. In the pale moonlight, right? There you go. That's it.
I have never and will never make that mistake
again. You quote the episode all the time. Like, that's what I don't.
Yeah. And I can.
What was that question that you missed? What was it? I can't remember.
It was a picture of Renak from what episode is he from? I think it was.
Is that what it was? It was something. It was visual? Okay, yeah.
I think it was.
I can't remember. That was funny, though. Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, I will never live that down.
Yeah. But, John, when you get deep with these star dates and stuff, man, I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff's not even mentioned, like, on screen. You have to look at LCAR's displays. You have to go searching, like, you got me scratching my head sometimes. I know you have to dig deep and make it harder for us, right, to make it interesting. But, oh, my goodness. What?
If you're not familiar with it, I use the TrekCore website frequently. They have lots of high-quality screenshots.
Okay.
If you want to like read a computer screen or something,
right.
It's right there.
That's good to know. I'll have to do some more because I'm just watching every week. I'm just watching and watching and watching, but I may have to search some more beta canon or whatever, or memory alpha or whatever you want to call it before jumping on, because I'm not good with those star dates and stuff. Sometimes it's like, wow.
I do also use memory alpha for some research, although you typically have to confirm it with the actual episode.
Okay.
Yeah.
Memory alpha does have some mistakes.
The three of us, me, Jeff, and John, we collaborated on this big timeline project that I made.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you the link in the private chat.
Oh yeah.
I can't use that keyboard because the USB port that's using that was a keyboard would be using is now on my microphone, so I got to use the end of the wireless.
How quaint! You should use an old Macintosh like from Star Trek 4. Why don't you jump on one of those?
I would love to.
Right? Black and white?
I would love
quaint.
to. The keyboard. How quaint.
How quaint. Cracky knuckles. That's it.
One thing that memory alpha is good for is they'll give you lists, which are useful for writing questions and for making videos. Because, for example, if you type into memory alpha personnel files, it'll give you like this table of every personnel file that's ever appeared on a screen, and you can click on it and it'll show you a picture.
Okay. So the way it's organized can make it easier.
I gotta find it. Deep in the halls of obscurity.
And the videos are always interesting, John, what you put out every week. I mean, I watch them as soon as you put them out, generally. And they're good. Like I said, that one for Insurrection got me so interested. I didn't want to watch the movie because I thought it was going to be on Jeopardy. I'm like, wow, I just want to see the movie again. I haven't seen it in a while. And the way you edited it made it actually really like interesting. I'm like, oh, I want to watch this movie again. This looks fun.
That's good.
Yeah. That's what it's all about.
Where the crap is my timeline? What is that? Found it.
Was it an Excel file or something? Didn't you?
I was just going to look for it. Yeah,
I got it.
Was it a Google Sheet?
Google Sheet.
Yes,
wasn't it like Excel?
Ultimate Star Trek Prime Timeline or some stuff like that. Here it is. Private chat.
Here. The Google Doc. Here it is.
Yeah. G spread.
Oh yeah. You did. You showed this to me one time. You did. This is actually really cool. You put this together yourself? This is pretty neat.
The base did, but Jeff and John did the proofreading and editing for me.
Wow. This is a lot. At least it has the years in there too. So you got And
I got some star dates.
Yeah, you put a lot of work into that.
The COVID pandemic begins. Yeah. So was that before or after World War III? Let me see.
This is the correct time.
Well,
yeah, this is the correct timeline, even though I did put
is Con 28 or 8? Which one are we here? We're not sure.
This is
if you want to count the non-canon show, that damn non-canon show,
strange new continuity errors. This is cool. I like this. Oh, the Davidian San Francisco Temple Incursion, 1989. That's good. That's good. Temple Incursion. This
And
is
yes,
nice.
this is correctly Con 96. I did not change it. I will not change it. I refuse.
Con
Con
96.
happened in 96.
But the world order.
Yes,
Star
not
Trek
cheap,
history does not have to line up with our timeline.
Thank you.
It's true.
All bold men. This is good. I like this. 2254, the mission to Talos 4. Okay.
Yep.
No star dates listed.
And I have good reason to not list star dates.
Well, there was inconsistencies with them.
Oh, yeah.
Until the Next Generation, pretty much, right? Then they got
big
it.
Yellow thing there.
Yeah. Anoraks. Time's up. But that plaque falling, you were talking about that. It wasn't in Year of Hell, right? It was in Equinox. Yeah.
It was Equinox at the very end because it
the very end
happened. And
yeah.
It was a capstone piece, I guess. And
right.
Still, you could not see any detail on that whatsoever.
No, there was no way. Even the one on the Enterprise, they never really zoomed in on it. You saw Picard getting close to it, but you never saw it clear enough, right?
You did, though.
You couldn't read everything on it. You could see to boldly go where no one has gone before, right? You can read that probably.
Ensigns of Command, you definitely could see the details on that plaque.
Really? Well, when he's talking to the Shellyak, when he's walking back and forth, and
he goes and polishes off a little piece of dust.
He dusts it with his finger. He kind of
yeah. You can definitely see it there.
Well, especially on the Blu-rays, I bet.
Especially the Blu-rays.
Yeah.
You tell him, Aravic. You tell him.
What does he say?
Quick bullying Catherine.
Pike's hair is truly a work of art. I know his hair keeps getting bigger and bigger.
So of course, Mr. Paris, we're going to punch our way through.
We're going to smack our way into the ice. I liked early Janeway. I mean, because she was a scientist, she was like a science officer geek.
And then she lost her mind.
Just
like John Archer lost his mind.
Archer got cold. He got a little bit twisted.
Cold as space.
Yeah.
And I got a picture here of the plaque from the Ensigns of Command.
Let me see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So you can see. Let me make this full screen.
The names.
It says Galaxy Class, Starfleet, Registry, NCC. I can barely read. I mean,
you have to kind of squint at it, but you can kind of make it out.
Right. It's in the technical manual, though, right? I remember that in the Star Trek technical manual. I think that was in there.
It's not even the actual one they used at all. There's instead of the 6 columns of names, there's just the one there.
Oh, you're right. Where's all the names of the like the production people? Right? Didn't they have a bunch of admirals?
Because the Enterprise D had more than one plaque. Like later, they changed it for a more detailed one.
So this one's more primitive.
I think that's how it went, yeah.
Because this was early season 3. This episode.
Does that still say to boldly go where no one has gone before? Okay.
I remember the plaque said that somewhere on there, but I can't read it on there. It says Utopia Planitia, something.
Fleet Yard.
It says, Utopia Planitia, Fleet Yards, Mars, 5th Starship that bear the name. I can't make out some of that stuff in the middle, but the boldly go is the last line.
It's the last line on the bottom, right? Okay, to bold in quotes or in italics or something, right? Okay.
Because the newer version, I think, I'm going to Google it before I talk out of my ass, but it should have the star date, the launch star date on there too.
Let's see if I can find
and a lot of like Michael Kuda's name was on there, and all like the production people were on there, right?
Yep, I found.
Oh wait, there's one for Generations with
it does have the launch star date on it. Start date 40795.5.
Oh, there is a different one. Yeah, and it does have a lot of the people on it. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Starfleet Command: Admiral Gene Roddenberry, Admiral Rick Berman, Admiral Michael Pillar, right? Huh. Captain Wendy News, Captain Ronald D. Moore, B. Moore. Huh.
I love these plaques. These plaques are absolutely gorgeous. Number one, the new style plaques are just freaking terrible.
What new style plaques are you talking about?
For the new crap.
Oh, the new crap. I don't even know what they even look like. I never looked at them. This is Eagle Moss. So Eagle Moss sells one for $69.95. I'm looking at it.
Launch
Enterprise D dedication plaque.
Launch star date 48038.5. I'm looking at Voyager right now.
Right, which again, it was never. I don't know. That's whatever.
It was never. Yeah.
It
was on the plaque, but you could barely see it on the plaque.
The plaque. Yeah.
Hold on.
And it says on Voyager, it's interesting. It says, because we had this question on a question of Trek. It says launch from McKinley Station, but the ship wasn't built at McKinley Station. It was built at Utopia Planitia.
Right.
At least in the episode Relativity, right? We saw it there.
Yeah.
But on the plaque, it says McKinley Station. So
it launched from there. So I'm taking it that's the maiden voyage. It must have gone back to Earth as after completing, the construction.
It's quick and it's smart. So yeah, that's right. Enterprise just took directly off from Mars and kept going to Farpoint, I guess. Free Mars.
So Memory Alpha is claiming that the star date was mentioned in Relativity, 48038.5.
I'll have to go back and watch that. So I guess maybe
better.
Yeah.
Voyager Relativity transcript.
Those transcripts are great.
They're
awesome. They're very useful.
Once in a great while, you'll find a mistake in it. There's a classic one in Star Trek II.
But they're not scripts; they're transcripts, right? So it's a little different. It's not.
Yeah.
Because
it was not mentioned in dialogue. The star date was not mentioned in dialogue. I just did a search for 480. Nothing. Not a damn thing.
It's amazing. It's amazing how that works. Yeah.
Oh,
so, John, what's that, John? No, go ahead.
I was just saying that with the help of Memory Alpha, I found a screen cap of the newer version of the plaque. You can't really read it, but you can tell that it's different from the other one. I'm gonna see if I can share that one now.
Does it have the? All right, yeah, let me go back to you. Go full screen here.
It could also be a case of they just want to keep everybody's name out of it.
That's fuzzy. It does look different though, but it's fuzzy.
It's really fuzzy.
Like
what episode is this? Or can I try to guess?
You want to guess what episode it is?
Yeah, let me see. It's season 3 or 4.
Or 5 or 6 or 7.
No. It's 3 or 4, but I don't know which episode. All right, which one is it?
It's Silicon Avatar.
So it's 4, right?
5.
That's actually 5.
That's 5. Okay.
Yeah, that's 5.
Okay. All right.
Called it.
I was looking at his hairstyle, I'm looking at the uniform. I'm like, all right, let me see which one this is.
Early season 5.
It's blurry. Yeah, the names are
right.
Detail is blurry.
And that brown frame wasn't in the other one you showed us, was it? That
the Answers of Command one.
The Answers of Command. Did it have that brown frame around it, John? Do you remember?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's.
No, I don't believe it did.
They probably have 2 different plaques, one for close up and one for.
They have a hero plaque.
They probably have a hero plaque, yeah.
Guys, break out the hero plaque. We have a shot coming here.
Well, but actually, if you want to keep the names of the producers out of the show.
Didn't they say though people used to steal shit from the sets?
Yep.
Like,
yeah,
right. There was like a control panel in the observation lounge that kept getting taken from the wall, right, and stuff like that. So maybe the plaque. Yeah.
Didn't they change the design of the back wall of the observation lounge?
They did.
Stole the ships.
Is that why they changed it? I thought they did it because of the movie. When they filmed the movie Star Trek V on there, I thought that's when they redesigned the sets a little bit.
They didn't use that set for Star Trek V.
I think they did. They used some of the corridors.
They used the corridors, but not that set. That set didn't appear until Star Trek VI.
That's true. That was the dining room in Star Trek VI, right?
Yeah.
That's true. And that was around 1991, 92, and that's when that set changed. You lost the ships, and it went to that regular kind of angular wall, that silver wall, whatever they had there.
I thought they did that. I thought they did that earlier.
No, probably around season 5 or so, which was around Star Trek 6 time, I would say. The ships on the wall were there for seasons 1, 2, 3, 4, definitely.
Yeah, season 5 aired when Star Trek 6 came out.
And they used that set for the movie. They probably redesigned it, right? And the transporter room got a rework also because of Star Trek 6. Like it looked different, right? Yeah, like the coloring was different a little bit on the background of the transporter pad. After that movie, it looked different. So they modified the sets a bit for the movie, and they kind of left it.
Well, at least they made some sort of attractive effort to change sets around on like First Contact, where half the sets from the Enterprise are actually Voyager standing sets.
Well, the sickbay was 100% Voyager.
Was unchanged.
Completely unchanged. I mean,
Except
the doctor just changed his uniform, right? And that was it.
Yeah,
and he said, okay, you're back, welcome back to work. Yeah. What else was changed in that one? It was, no, actually in Insurrection. I was watching Insurrection. They were in Janeway's ready room. Counselor Troy's office was Janeway's ready room.
Janeway's ready room, yep.
Oh, not the ready room. It was the conference room. It was the...
no, it was the ready room. It was
the conference room. Was it the ready room? Okay. I thought it was one of the two.
And not only that, one of the other biggest crimes they committed was that they kept Janeway's plants in there.
Oh, is it really? Oh, my goodness. They didn't even bother to take it out, huh? That's funny.
I never noticed.
That is funny.
They did. I'm like, when I first saw that, I recognized that chair. I recognized the desk. I recognized the back.
The color scheme.
Isn't that Janeway's plants?
And they have those acoustic panels on the walls. They have those brown kind of acoustic panels. Yeah. Yep. Which, getting back to the transporter room again in Next Generation, when they redid it for the movie, the acoustic panels that were in there changed. They have a different shape to them. Like they're green, but there's a different shape. They went to a different kind of panel that they glued to the wall.
Did we see the transporter room in Nemesis?
Nemesis.
Because I remember Insurrection had the Voyager transporter room.
Insurrection had the Voyager transporter room. Okay.
I don't think we saw the transporter room in Nemesis.
I don't think we did either.
I don't believe so.
Well, sickbay. Oh, they definitely used sickbay. They used engineering. They used engineering too.
Yeah.
The scene where Riker is learning about the Sona. Right, he's reading up about it, and Troy's playing with his neck.
That's a new set, actually. That was the library set.
No, that was It was engineering, wasn't it? It was a piece of engineering from Voyager.
No, the engineering. Wait, no,
because it had that column that kind of shot up out of the floor, going up to that second level.
Pretty sure that's a new. I got to look at pictures now.
I'm telling you, I was just watching the movie. I'm like, that's freaking engineering. They just put a console there in the middle of the floor, but those screens and shit that were in the back, that's all from Voyager. That's all. Like right by the door, almost like where Michael Jonas got shot, right there, where he went down. Not Michael Jonas. What's his name? Suter, Lon Suter. That console.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, they save some money. You know, it's cool. I don't mind. It's fun.
Now you can't see me, Cinnabon.
It does look like they used not half, but like maybe half of the set,
right?
Because there's the stanchions.
You see the stanchions. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Those stanchions that come up.
Stanchions next to the consoles. Yeah, it's either they used the set or they just repurposed that section of the set.
I think they just framed it. They put like a computer console with Riker's reading in the middle of the floor. That's what it looks like in the middle of the engineering floor. Yeah,
an old lady a typical stereotypical librarian apparently in Starfleet.
A library set.
She's even got glasses on too. Like, this is 24th century. Who wears glasses anymore?
She must be allergic to Rednex 5.
Exactly.
Retinox. Allergic to Retinox. Yeah. Cheers.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
And maybe she just likes the look.
She's got the look. She's got the look.
That's it.
What in the world can make a bullion blue?
But when Nemesis was being shot, Voyager was pretty much done. They were on Enterprise now at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So those sets were done. They had to make new ones, I suppose, just for that movie.
For Nemesis.
Mhm.
Yeah. They did, because if I remember the commentary is right, they actually repurposed the original Enterprise D sickbay, which was the TMP sickbay.
Okay. I'm with you there.
What I heard.
Yeah, they probably put some walls together, right? They put some pieces of set together for that scene.
They would
when
have
they're analyzing Shinzon's blood, right? With that scene you're talking about in the
Yeah.
because it wasn't the Voyager sickbay anymore. You're right. It wasn't. It changed. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, and speaking of Voyager sickbay, that piece of glass that separated the doctor's office from the sickbay was in the episode Broken Bow. Right in the beginning, when Archer's talking through the glass to examining the Klingon, it's the exact same piece of it's the same piece of glass. They just reused it.
It taps on it to call Phlox over.
Yeah, Phlox over. Yep, come here. Exactly.
Excuse me.
Yep. That was the doctor.
Is this man dead? Well, his autonomic functions. Is he going to die?
Not necessarily. It's a Klingot.
A Klingon.
Klingon.
That was the stupidest thing ever. It was a Klingot.
Klingon. Exactly. Oh, it's funny. So Mr. VP, if he's listening, he has to tune that whole last 15 minutes out because we're just
talking about reused sets and that.
Reused sets. Please, I don't want to hear it, please.
Poor guy.
I know.
Never look at the last scene of Star Trek 4 the same again.
So,
right?
Are you talking about the white bridge? Like what? It was all painted white? What do you mean? Yeah.
Well, it's a long established fact that the only set on the Enterprise A that we saw in Star Trek 4 was the bridge.
Right.
That was game 31, if I'm not mistaken. That's where that old in-joke comes from.
That's funny.
Reuse sets. I don't want to play this game.
That would be an interesting category, but again, Mr. VP would have to just cover his ears. He couldn't even listen to the questions at that point, or the answers.
Oh, we don't talk about that, Erevik.
Dr. Mbenga and that Klingon.
She knew exactly what happened.
And Pike
she lied about it.
Pike didn't get 2 Fs.
That Young Cannon show.
Pike could care less.
Yeah. Oh, you killed the Klingon? That's okay. I like you.
All right.
So,
I'm shocked they didn't make more of it. Maybe they will next season, but I don't care.
No, they're in the middle of a 2-part episode where they're bastardizing and destroying Scotty. So yeah, no. Who's an accidental miracle worker? Are you kidding me?
And destroying any continuity with the Gorn that might have still have existed.
Nuked. Oh, but we put Khan in the 21st century, so it's okay. We have no right to do what we want. Tickle us, do we not laugh? Prick us, do we not bleed? Wrong us, Shall we not revenge? Gas. Gas, Captain. Under impulse power, she's been fueled like any other vessel. We call it plasma. But whatever the Klingon designation is simply
Here we go.
Gas.
Gas.
Gas. Well, the thing's got to have a tailpipe. Gas. As we're signing off out of the gas. Just out of nowhere.
Wow.
Mikey's not only on the stream, he's not signed up. He signed out.
What material was the Enterprise torpedoes honing in on the Klingon ship at the Battle of Kittimer?
My ass. Damn.
Yes. Oh, that's funny.
The game's afoot. That complicated are we there yet scene. Come on. She'll fly apart. Fly apart then.
Fly apart then.
All right. Now we've given them something else to shoot at.
They got it pretty good in that episode. What was it? Flashback?
Yeah, that
they did pretty good. Yeah, they did pretty good in that one, though, even though it's not a canon. Yeah, I give them credit for that.
I would say
there was some mistakes, but
Tuvok's mind was not working right because Valtain's alive.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He wasn't really killed, was he?
He wasn't killed at all.
Because did you see him after that battle? After the explosion of Praxis? Did you ever see Valtain again in Star Trek 6?
Yes,
he's on the bridge. He's alive.
He's on the bridge.
Yep.
So that's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem. I never noticed
when they're all talking to each other and they're leaving. You know,
they're on the screen
when they sign off to Kirk, right? On the screen, right? They all Okay. All right, so that's a bit of an issue.
Tuvok isn't
what? He's
not in that scene.
Oh, he's not. I see what you're saying. He's not there. Yeah.
So if he was really on the Excelsior then during Star Trek 6, then that means that Tuvok was on the John.
Could have been.
On the night shift. Just like Pavel Chekhov was on the John when Khan was taking the ship over.
Never forget a face.
That's funny.
He probably walked in on him. I needed
help
to
me,
Tuvok. Mr. Chekhov, but you wouldn't let me.
I never forget the face.
Your face. I had to take a massive dump, but you denied me, Chekhov. And I shall have my vengeance.
Admiral.
That is why you are getting a worm in the ear with your captain.
So good.
Wow.
But if you watch the behind the scenes commentary on that, he says he had a hard time getting back into that character. Like he said, Montalban said he was just like playing Mr. Rourke. Like he forgot how to like act like that. You know, he was so used to playing Mr. Rourke from Fantasy Island.
He requested to see Space Seed again,
which was great. I mean, that was smart. Yeah. And the director had to work with him to get back into that character.
That was the most obscure episode of Trek that Nicholas Myers could have chosen to have somebody come back for vengeance. But it turned out to be such an iconic move.
So clever. And Montalban, he wasn't really a movie star at all. I mean, he was doing television mostly, right? He wasn't really doing movies.
Yeah. And commercials.
The Chrysler Cordoba.
Yeah.
I know.
I still maintain to this day they could have brought back Captain Tracy to give Kirk a run-in because he beat the crap out of Kirk.
Oh, it's true. On the planet with the Yangs and the Combs and the yeah. Well, he's vaporized
silver platter 6 times over. Kirk beat Khan in engineering with a piece of styrofoam. Not much of a threat there.
That's I have 5 times your strength. Except when you beat me over the head with a, like you said, a stick. Styrofoam
Have some
stick.
packing
cylinder.
peanuts. Con takes him out. No, not packing peanuts. Ah!
That's right. That's right. That's funny. Captain Garth.
You two are funny.
Oh, please.
Yeah, you are.
We have a good time.
Yeah.
You
should
do,
join-
indeed.
We've been reviewing those fan films. That's been a lot of fun, actually. We got to get back to doing that, Tokyo.
Well, yeah, as soon as I get a computer that works, and
Yes.
is reliable, yeah.
Because those were good. Those fan films.
Yeah, 'cause I really want to lambast the new Avalon one
Yes.
because that was just flat out horrible.
Is that the ones where they're all like Czechoslovakian or something? Is that the? I think.
No, that
No,
was the
what was
one. It's the newer one is based on parallels, except instead of different quantum realities, you had different quantum franchises.
Oh my goodness!
Stargate and Orville and BSG. I think there was even a. They blew up a JJ version of the Excalibur. They had what was it? What's that game? Mass something. Mass Effect.
Mass Effect. Yeah.
Yeah. It's awful.
All right.
Sounds
fun.
awful.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And the acting was terrible. And I still can't get over these other fan films that have, and I'm sorry, I'm going to be very insulting. Trigger warning. 500-pound Starfleet officers. Now, if you're a bricar, yeah, 500. You looking like you're 500 pounds and obese is perfectly fine because you're made out of rock and you're that big. But Starfleet is a military in space, which requires you to be at peak physical fitness. There's no way at all in any reality where Starfleet would allow a Constitution class starship to be captained and crewed by individuals who can't control themselves at the Golden Corral.
They're hitting the food synthesizer too hard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're
Well, Deck
fans.
4 is the Golden Corral.
Yes, they're fans. They're donating their time. They're going to get some screen time. That's it.
That's cool and everything.
Yeah.
I would stay behind the scenes if you're like me. I'm no vestige of physical fitness at all. I've got a dad bod on steroids. You're never going to see me in a Starfleet uniform because guess what? Be sashayed right out of Starfleet for looking like that.
It needs to be done. Although Enterprise was interesting, where they actually had treadmills in a gym. You never saw that really before. You had Kirk doing his little wrestling moves and whatever, right? He's showing Charlie X how to do throws or wrestling, right? But I guess Picard had his fencing.
Kirk got in leg day a lot, though, in TOS. You did see that.
What's that? He got in what?
He got in leg day a lot.
Yeah.
Particularly
Riker had his Ambo Jitsu.
Yeah.
Janeway had her velocity, right?
Picard was a mountain climber.
Picard was his the rock climbing and the horseback riding.
Yep.
He had that. What did Cisco do? Oh, he had a punching bag once in a while.
Cisco's baseball.
Baseball, right. And
he actually played on the holodeck. He didn't watch the games. He played.
He did. With his son and others.
Yeah.
That's true.
And a bunch of Vulcans, apparently. They get one run and the game was over. They lost.
The logician.
Didn't O'Brien do kayaking?
Well, O'Brien did his kayaking. That's true. There was Parisi Squares, whatever the heck that was. We've never seen it, but apparently that was a pretty dangerous game to play.
I would love to make a game with Parisi Squares.
Parisi Squares. What the hell is it? It's dangerous. A boy his age shouldn't be playing Parisi Squares. What the hell is it? How is it so dangerous?
Watch it be like butt naked American football. Or a combination of that and Powerball from American Gladiators.
Oh, American Gladiators. God, you remember that show? Man. That was a good show.
The first 3 seasons are the best. Everything else was just...
Never really watched it.
It was like Saturday afternoon. You had to watch it, right? It was like
Gladiators are the best.
Just did not appeal to me.
It's great.
It got old. It does get old after like
Turbo, Nitro. What were the names of those people, right?
Yeah. Turbo, Nitro, Gemini, Lace.
That's right. That's it.
Blaze.
Ice. Man. Ice. Yeah. And that announcer guy with the mustache. Well, I don't remember his name, but I remember the.
Oh gosh, what was his name? I was just watching these episodes a month ago.
You can stream them. They're on. Where do you get them from? YouTube or like?
YouTube.
Yeah, I guess
American Gladiators channel.
On YouTube. Okay, I'll have to check that out.
Free.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Oh, that's funny.
It was Mike Adamley and who's the other guy?
Yeah.
Mike Adamley. Mike Adamley went on to become an announcer for WWE.
That's about right. Same type of thing. I mean, it's not much different, to be honest with you.
Because American Gladiators was real.
Oh yeah, it was real. I mean, I guess it was real. I mean, it's on a television soundstage, right, somewhere in Hollywood.
Well, they didn't arrange. There were no bookers. There were no arrangements for fights and things.
That's
like that.
true. I mean,
no
it was
story. It was real.
Yeah,
it was actual people and actual
obstacles and challenges.
People getting hurt and injured and stuff.
Yeah. Double Dare was a good show too. Remember that one on Nickelodeon?
Double Dare, yeah.
Mark Summers.
Oh man,
got slimed.
Double Dare, physical challenge. The answer is pass.
The answer is pass.
And then you'll get slimed. You got to zip down this slide full of whipped cream and into that thing of chocolate ice cream. And you got
all right, are you ready? On your marks, get set, pass.
Go. And then that music, pass.
Well, this has been a great conversation, but it's getting kind of late here, so I have to before you start wrapping it up.
Going on 5 hours, John. 4:26:01 right now.
Yeah. We had everybody on tonight. It was great. Jay was on. Darren was on.
This is the Christmas special.
Yeah. Cinnabon was here.
Yeah, we did have the Hecklefish.
I think you'll be impressed.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank everyone for joining us. We appreciate both the games and the chat. I thought we went pretty well. Thanks to all our guests here, of course.
Went very well.
Thank you, John.
It was a good night.
Jeff, for hosting, as always.
And we look forward to seeing you back, as far as I know, next week at our usual time.
Awesome. Like and subscribe.
Yeah. Question of Trek tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. Sunday. Monday for Tokyo.
On hiatus next year. Until next year. Computer error.
And what's that you say, Cinnabon? You're streaming next? All right, sounds good.
Yeah. See you there, Cinnabon.
Jeff is streaming next.
No, that says Cinnabon. You misread it.
Oh, I misread it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Is it might be streaming next? Pass. In the middle of the street. Pass.
See you guys later.
Take care, everybody.
Have a good night, everyone. Pass.
Pass.